o'clock. I do want to make an announcement. I was just told that Main Street is supposed to be striped tonight about 8 o'clock. So if you're parked on Main Street, you're going to probably have to move before I'd say 8 o'clock. And we'll take a break about 7:30. So, because I'm on Main Street, no one told me. So I'm going to have to move my car about 7:30. So we'll take a break at 7:30 to move cars. And for the audience here, if you want to do it now, you can. But it sounds like they're striping Main Street. So, all right, we'll get started. Let's see. Georgetown-Scott County Planning Commission, agenda October 14, 2021. Under commission business, we've got the approval of the September invoices. I need a motion to approve September invoices.
Move.
I got a motion by Mr. Stone,
Second.
a second by Daniel Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Approval of the September 9th, 2021 minutes. So make sure if you all had a chance to read that at home. Need a motion to approve the September 9th, 2021 minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mifflin,
I'll second it.
second by Stephen Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. For the record, it looks like Mrs. Singer is not here, and, oh, that's the open seat, correct?
Right.
We still don't have we still have one open seat. So back to the agenda. Under C, approval of the October agenda. Joe, we have some changes.
Yeah, we have, Fairfield Farm is listed as postponed. We know that's, you continued that at the last meeting, and we continued it again until
Okay.
November,
So we will be hearing,
next month.
we'll be hearing it next month. Okay, thank you. So it
Actually, it's
is
just a correction. It shouldn't be postponed, it should be continued.
continued.
Continued,
Okay.
postponed.
Any other changes?
And then we have leaf and barrel. Item
E,
is postponed.
postponed, okay. And we'll cover that under postponed. All right, anything else? So then I need approval of the October agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Stephen Smith, second by James Stone. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Items for postponement, withdrawal. So we know that under old business, Fairfield is continuance, not a postponement. And then the only other one is Leaf and Barrel E. So if you're here to hear Leaf and Barrel or Fairfield Farm subdivision, we will not be hearing that tonight. That'll be postponed or continued till next month. Is there any other postponements or withdrawals, Joe? Okay, so the case, and then under consent agenda, I think we had one that was consent eligible, correct?
Yeah, we have one item C, Bruin property,
Okay.
final subdivision plat.
So is anybody here present to hear the Bruin property, which is FSP 2021-32, final subdivision plat to subdivide one 5-acre tract from a parent tract of 77 acres located at 761 Gaines Road? Is anybody here against that or want to hear it? If not, that's consent eligible. Nobody? I'll give it a minute in case somebody's in the hallway comes popping in. All right, well, that one's consent eligible, so I'll need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept FSP 2021-32 by consent.
Got a motion by Stephen Smith,
Second.
a second by Charlie Mifflin. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And opposed? Motion carries. If you're the applicant or representing the applicant, you can step over to Charlie Perkins to sign the appropriate documentation. And we'll jump right in under old business now, FSP 2021-25, the Fairfield Farm subdivision.
No, it's
Continue.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I wrote some notes to here, and ZMA, it's under B, ZMA 2021-29, the Finley property zone change. Zoning map amendment to change the zoning district from A1 to B4 and R2 located at 1202 Old Oxford Road. And this is a public hearing, so we'll open it up as a public hearing.
Yeah, you want to swear anybody in?
Oh, yes, if you are going to speak today, if you would rise and raise your right hand, and Charlie will swear you in. And make sure, again, if you're going to speak, you need to sign in.
Do you swear or affirm the statements you're to make tonight to be the truth to the best of your information and belief? Thank you all.
Thank you all. Go ahead, Matt, it's all
All right,
you.
thank you. The application before you is ZMA 2021-29. It is a zoning map amendment to change the zoning for 28.7 acres from A1, which is our agricultural zoning district, to a combination of B4, which is a community commercial zoning district, and R2, which is a medium-density residential zoning district. The project site is at 1202 Old Oxford Road, and the surrounding properties are zoned A1, R2, and B2, with B2 being a highway commercial zoning district. So the application before you is proposing that about 18.8 acres roughly be zoned R2, and that about 10 acres of the site be zoned to B4. As far as the residential portion of the concept plan, they are proposing 142 residential units, 32 of those being 3-bedroom units and 110 of those being 2-bedroom units. So overall, the residential portion of the property would have a density of 7.7 units per net acre. The requested zoning district of R2 allows for a maximum of 12 units per net acre. So they're well within the bounds, or at least conceptually well within the bounds of the density requirement. Access to the site is from Old Oxford Road. On the screen, I've got an aerial image of the site. They're outlined in blue. You can see sort of Connector Road along the left-hand side of the screen. And so just after you would turn onto Old Oxford Road from Connector Road, you know, on the right-hand side would be the site on the east side of Old Oxford Road. This is a map showing the existing zoning of this property and the surrounding property. So that sort of whitish green color on the screen is our agricultural zone. Those properties in that area that have that same zoning, that same A1 zoning designation, are all technically outside city limits, even though all the properties around them are inside city limits. So as part of this application, you know, if you all make a recommendation of approval, we would also recommend that have a condition that, you know, they be annexed into the city of Georgetown as part of that rezoning. But as you can see, much of the property along Connector Road, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, all of the property along Connector Road has a B2 zoning designation. It's all zoned for highway commercial uses. Much of the property along this portion of Old Oxford Road here at the entrance has a commercial zoning with, you know, and as you get further back on Old Oxford Road, a lot of the property has either a residential or an agricultural zoning, just sort of depending on whether or not it's been annexed into the city and developed for residential uses yet. This is a snapshot of the future land use map out of the comprehensive plan, that same area. So the sort of orangish color on the right-hand side, those are the areas that generally the comprehensive plan shows as being for a residential type use. The sort of reddish color is a commercial use. So conceptually, at least with the future land use map, you know, I guess the application is at least somewhat supported in that case. So sort of following in that same order that I kind of go through it in the staff report, we look at the concept plan that was submitted with the application first, and then we'll get into the legal side of KRS 100.213. But this is the project site as they've conceptually laid it out. There's an entrance that comes in off of Old Oxford Road, proposed to be a public street that would come back. There would be 2 commercial areas on either side of it, leading to potentially a road. The location is sort of yet to be determined, that would run somewhat north-south on the property, and then the back half of the property would all be residential. They are proposing you know, townhomes, or I think they call them apartments. They're really single-story attached residential units. There's no, you know, stacking of units or anything. I think technically by the letter of the definitions in our ordinance, we would call them townhomes. But my understanding is that the applicant intends to just own the development and then rent out the units. So I think that's sort of why they tend to call them apartments. But you can see they've got a proposed network of private streets in roughly a grid pattern. The residential part has pretty good connectivity. In order to meet the requirements of our ordinance, I guess, want to note, any future development plan that would come after this, we would look for at least one additional entrance to the residential part. We do have a requirement that 100 multifamily units or more requires 2 entrances. Currently, their concept plan only shows 1. They have the space to make that second connection, so I don't think at this time it's something of great concern. They could easily make an additional connection to some of the roads they're proposing. Additionally, they would need to make sure that, all public and private streets in the development have sidewalk access on both sides. That's also part of our regs. The commercial portion of the site, they don't have any firm plans for what will go in those at this time, as this is a concept plan, but they are showing that, the site can handle, multiple buildings, commercial buildings, and the parking that would be related to that, with adequate space for, some of those to have drive-throughs or things of that nature. The final design of that would, for the zoning district that they've chosen, would need to be laid out somewhat differently. The B4 zoning district has a build-to line rather than a building setback line. So the buildings would have to be no further than 35 feet from the right-of-way, whereas most of our other commercial zoning districts say, the commercial buildings have to be at least 50 feet from the right-of-way. This kind of covers something I already talked about a little bit, but you can see there the blue line is probably the most likely scenario as far as the construction of the roads through this. They are showing I guess, potential extension of Magnolia Drive, sort of running south toward the Bluegrass RV site. A lot of whether or not that might happen in the future would depend on, what kind of agreements they can make with that private property owner. I did show sort of 2 arrows there where I think it's most likely that, the 2 entrances for the conceptual residential development would have to go. As far as the traffic that's generated by the site, the applicant did submit a traffic study. And I gave you all actually an updated copy that they had submitted to us. So I think some of the, if you all had read through the staff report, there were some concerns that we had about some of the traffic counts and things not lining up, and we kind of got to the bottom of it. It seems, I think initially on the initial traffic study that was submitted, they were sort of routing some of the trips through that private development to the south. So we kind of communicated with them that they needed to revise it and not use sort of that driveway as an access point, since to my understanding, they don't have an agreement with that property owner at this time. And so they did revise that, and that's the summary information is there in front of you today. So the trips that the site would generate, the peak hour trips that it would generate are here on the screen. These are, I agree with the applicant, these are somewhat conservative numbers, so they've kind of, I guess, maybe a little bit overestimated the amount of trips that would be generated by a little bit, but it's still better when we analyze it to have those conservative numbers, just so we can be sure that the impacts aren't going to, I guess, be a surprise worse later on than we would anticipate. But as far as the peak hour trips, that's the number that they're looking at. The entrances, the entrance to the site that they're proposing would require improvements to Old Oxford Road. So the image at the top on the screen shows the existing conditions from an aerial image. The image there along the bottom of the screen shows their proposed changes. So they are proposing left turn lane into the development on Old Oxford Road. They are proposing to widen their section of Old Oxford Road. We as staff recommend that the road improvements that they make to Old Oxford Road bring it up to the standards you would expect for an urban cross-section of a street. So typically 12-foot lanes, curb, gutter, and sidewalks along their portion of Old Oxford Road. As you look toward the left-hand side of the screen, which would be to the south, where Old Oxford Road intersects with Connector Road. They are proposing to add an additional turn lane there for vehicles looking to turn onto Connector Road. So they would be adding a dedicated right and a dedicated left turn lane to help ease some of the traffic congestion at that intersection. So overall, looking at their traffic study as well as the proposed improvements, obviously anytime you add a development, of this size to a road network, it's going to have some sort of impact. You can't ever expect that traffic will remain the same. But we do think that the impacts can be mitigated with the steps that not conditions, but the steps that I've listed on the screen. Constructing those improvements to Old Oxford Road, constructing the dedicated turn lanes at the intersection, eventually getting the project site to connect to the north to Magnolia Drive would also provide some traffic relief. And then the last item on there is something we got some feedback today from the state where they would like eventually for this development to do a turn lane analysis for Connector Road to see if it is warranted that a turn lane needs to be added on Connector Road for vehicles entering onto Old Oxford. I guess as far as a potential long-term view connection of Magnolia, I've kind of outlined that there in the red on the map on the screen, extending Magnolia through the property that's to the north of the project site that we're talking about today, and then down through this property and then connecting out to Old Oxford Road. Just the additional connectivity would help this property and the one to the north just kind of possibly direct any traffic that might need it, towards Magnolia and its signalized intersection with Connector Road. The blue line there they were showing on the concept plan, if there is a way that they could in the future work out some sort of agreement with that property owner to the south to access their driveway, or if that they want that improved to a private road or something at some point, to have an additional connection onto Connector Road, we would welcome that. Any additional connectivity is going to help relieve the burdens of any single road. Moving on to the legal considerations as far as the zone change. So I'm sure you guys are going to hear this a lot this evening. We have several zone changes on the agenda, but we always look at KRS 100.213 when we consider zone changes. First, it directs us, before we would make a recommendation of approval on a zone change, we would first look to see if that zone change is supported by the comprehensive plan, the currently adopted comprehensive plan. If it's not, then we have to look to see if the existing zoning on the site is inappropriate, and if the current zoning or the proposed zoning is appropriate. And if we don't find that either, then we would look to see if there have been changes, major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature in the area that had not been considered by the comprehensive plan. And if that was not the case, then we would have to recommend against a zone change. So that's the process that we look at these applications. That's a process that's laid out in state statute for us. This is an image that our GIS department pulled together for us, the green print map. I'm sure you'll see this again also later. I know I included one of these in a slide I have on a different application, but it just kind of shows us what areas are, possibly wetlands, steep slopes, prime farmland, things like that, because some of those are areas that the comprehensive plan does direct us to protect. So there is area on this site that is prime farmland. So we would take that into consideration with the zone change. But as you all kind of can see, looking through the staff report, starting really at the top of page 4, and then through the bottom of page 5, I go through all of the goals and objectives that I was able to find in the comprehensive plan that deal with, or that are pertinent to this zone change. I already mentioned before that the future land use map does support this application. I find that there are a number of goals here that I've listed out in the staff report that also support this application. My my previous reservation in the staff report related to the traffic, I've been, I guess, I don't have those same concerns anymore. With the updated traffic study, I have more confidence that it accurately reflects the impacts that this development would have on the nearby transportation network. So I do find that the zoning map amendment is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. They will need to, on future development plans, should the project move forward, show an adequate number of entrances in and out of the residential portion of the site. And I do find that the traffic impact study demonstrates that with the road improvement, the proposed road improvements, the road network can handle the additional traffic. So I am recommending approval of the zone change with the 5 conditions that are listed there on the screen and in the staff report.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt?
I had one question, Matt.
Yeah.
You go back to where the possible extension of Magnolia Drive
Yeah.
would, I assume in the future that would that be right along the property line between existing properties now? The blue line, the red line, both coming down?
Would it be between property lines?
I say that if the road was built, I assume that the plan in the future would be to make sure there's enough room for that road to be half on one property, half on the other, I guess,
Oh.
or would it be totally on the adjoining property?
I mean, it would be on, so I guess if I go back a little further. So only a part of it would be on this property, and
Right
then
away.
the rest of it where it would actually connect to the existing Magnolia would be on the property to the north, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, planning for the future, if we would allow setbacks and set aside, basically reserve that
Oh.
for possible future road. I mean, that would affect the placement
Yeah.
of buildings, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
I mean, they haven't, I mean, and this is their concept plan. They may, I guess where they place that might change somewhat later. We would have to obviously review that to make sure that it's actually going to be somewhat feasible through the neighboring property. We wouldn't want that north-south connection, I guess, in a place that's not going to work for both.
All right.
Matt, go forward a couple of, one with the green right there.
Mhm.
So, are you, so they're gonna widen Old Oxford to where it takes that little dog leg
Yes.
on the bottom side there?
Mhm.
And then that section from there out to the connector road?
Yeah.
Nothing will be done to the road at that point?
Well, it would still be widened as it goes out toward Connector Road, but I think what they're showing here is that the right-of-way already exists
I got
to do the widening, whereas on I guess the part on the right-hand side of the screen, or the more on the north side, they would have to give up right-of-way in order to do that widening.
Okay. And then you said something about additional lane improvements to Connector Road.
Possibly.
But
So
would that be their responsibility, or would that be the city or state's responsibility?
that's a good question. And I think that's something that that might come out of that turn lane warrant analysis that they would have to do. I mean, if it turns out that without their traffic, the turn lane is not warranted, but with their traffic, the turn lane is warranted, I think it becomes easy to say, your additional traffic has caused the need for this turn lane, therefore it is your responsibility.
Gotcha.
So at this time, I don't know.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions by the commission?
Matt, I'm assuming the 150 condition isn't included in the conditions because they're only at 142 in the current drawing? Is that correct?
Yes, so the condition for theirs they would have to meet 2 entrances at 100 units,
Okay.
so.
That's not listed in the conditions, correct?
No, well, I mean, it is sort of in that condition 1 requires them to
That's in
abide by the subdivision and development regulations, yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Matt. We'll hear from the applicant now.
Jonathan Hale, Thoroughbred Engineering. We don't have any objections to any of those recommendations. We are available for questions. Matt did a great job of explaining most of what is presented. We also have Greg Thurman from Redwood here for questions. He's planned to be the operator of the residential piece once it's built out. So we'll be available as needed.
All right, thank you. Anybody in the audience who would like to speak on behalf of this development or even against it? Okay. Anybody? And I did just get notification that vehicles are going to need to be removed by 7 o'clock, so we'll have to take a break here shortly. Did you need to speak?
There's nobody else to speak on this?
Oh, yeah, just go up, please. And then for the record, state your name and address.
My name is Jay Griffin, 1094 Old Oxford Road. I just have a few questions and concerns from what I heard today. From what I understood, if this is approved, the annexation, it will be a sort of a precedent to, where's the gentleman there? The precedent to have to annex the property all the way, the rest of the property that's zoned A1 down there? Is that what I understood? No?
They would only annex this part that they own.
Okay, you were just explaining that earlier, okay.
Yes, I was just explaining that the other properties that were zoned A1 were not in the city.
Okay, and so the proposal that you had, I guess there isn't, they're gonna have to work to get that entrance to connector, because right now it just looks like there's a connection to Old Oxford, correct?
They will not have a connection directly to Connector Road. Their entrance will come off of Old Oxford Road.
I just don't see how the road's gonna handle that traffic, even with your traffic study. I've lived there for 16 years, and, I mean, it's backed up like crazy now at that intersection.
Well, I mean, they will have to make improvements to Old Oxford.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be. Another question too, has anybody looked into the widening? I noticed if you go to the side of the widening, you have it on the side of the property, of course, the Finley property. Eventually, if this is developed, how far is it gonna go down? I mean, how far can they widen Old Oxford? I don't know if you realize, but the Mill Apartments, they were against the comprehensive plan, and they went through a lot, big rezoning process. And of course, there was a lot of things they promised that never came to fruition. A lot of things changed. There was no local jobs. There was a lot of other stuff going on there. But anyway, I just don't see how that the traffic can handle that right now with all those apartments and everything. And I'm just concerned about crime and other things that come with rentals and apartments, the other construction, all that. And with the comprehensive plan being for commercial, I'm trying to understand why it's going to R2. Because, doesn't that go against the comprehensive plan?
No, they have both
Commercial,
on their site. On this one.
commercials.
Oh, it does? I thought it was commercial all the way from the Finley property connector road all the way to the end of 1094. Was that changed during the last comprehensive plan update?
It may have been.
Because I believe that's the way it was with the Mill
I
Apartments.
don't, I don't remember off the top of my head what it was on the last one. But this is the future land use map from the current comprehensive plan.
Okay. Well, I'm just worried about the property values and everything in that area. Of course, it's really nice homes and everything there. They did change a lot of the Village of Lanes Run subdivision. There's going to be more of a traditional brick, stone. Now it's more vinyl city. But I just don't think that the road can handle it right now. So that's why I'm against it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, I just want to put in record, Mrs. Mary Singer is here. And then also, if you do have a cell phone, please put it on vibrate or silent for the meeting. Thank you. And then, anybody else want to speak against or for this application?
We'll take a break for, does anybody,
Well, I think we
let's
might be
vote.
able to vote on this one first, and then after this one, we'll take a quick break, because like I said, a few people probably need to move their cars, including me. Anybody else want to speak again on behalf of this, or anybody, commissioners have any comments or other further questions for either the applicants or Matt? Okay, if not, then I'll entertain a motion to vote.
I'll
thought-
move,
oh, I'm sorry.
go right ahead, Steve.
I was going to say, it might be appropriate for the applicant to, just to briefly tell people what this product is supposed to be, and I'm not sure that everybody knows Are you willing to, yeah, I don't think, there are a lot of question marks out there. People don't know what this is.
I'm signed in to speak, so, and I swore.
Still state your name, because
Oh.
they have to go through and do the minutes, so they'll know
Yes.
who's speaking.
Gregory Thurman, acquisition manager for Redwood. So we're single-story apartments, and these are basically classified by the building department, by most building departments, as townhomes. We maintain and keep all of our properties that we build, and have done so for over 30 years, and a total of approximately 13,000 units in 8 states. So we're a national company. Because we maintain our properties, we do some things a little different than other apartments might do. We have 2 people on our site every day that police our lease regulations and any other regulations that we impose on the subject property. One of those is no parking on our streets. You can't park on our street. The entire street is made to be a safety lane for obvious purposes. Our apartments draw a senior contingency. 50% of our folks, approximately 50% of our folks, are 50 years and older. The apartments are designed so that seniors are attracted to them with 2 bedrooms. We actually do not have any 3-bedroom units. They're all 2-bedroom, 2 full baths, and 2-car attached garage to every unit. So it feels like a little townhome you would rent on a beach vacation. The statement about property values, we got case study after case study in several states that show property values escalate significantly after we come to town, and we keep our neighborhoods retail ready on every day. We irrigate all of our landscaping throughout the property. We have a pressure washing company that washes every unit every year and maintains a very retail savvy environment so that our developments are desirable to the public. But that's just a 1-minute commercial for who we are. If there's any other questions, of course, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question for you, sir.
Oh, hang on. You'd have to come back to the microphone.
All right. Yes, you mentioned there's no 3-bedroom units. I think it lists 32, or is this an old?
It's a typo.
Oh, it's a typo. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. All right, great. All right. Is there any kind of, what if you all decide to sell it in 2 or 3 years like the Mill Apartments? I mean, is there any guarantee that it will stay really nice and upkept? The reason I'm saying this is you all aware the Mill, it changed ownership just a few years after that. Trash was outside all the time, trash everywhere, they were taking care of the
Unfortunately,
place.
just like your home, there's no guarantee you're gonna be there tomorrow. You could sell
Yeah.
it tomorrow, so.
Okay.
They could
Well, I'm just, all these
technically
people
sell.
say this thing and
Yeah.
they don't never follow through. At least they haven't in 17 years in a row.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, my comment was just that, you know, this is a zoning change, not, so really what they're proposing is a concept, but I believe this is what you plan to build down the road, isn't it? So,
Any other comments, questions by the commission? I'll entertain a motion.
I so move that we accept 2021-29 with the variances as the staff has stated.
So motion made by Mr. Stone,
Second?
second by Mr. Mifflin. Because this is a public hearing, we'll do a roll call. David Vest,
Yes.
James Stone,
yes?
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Stephen Smith,
Yes.
Dan Smith,
Yes.
Charlie Mifflin,
Yes.
and Mary Singer.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you. We'll close the public hearing for this applicant. We'll take a quick break so people can move their cars.
The applicant needs to come
And
up.
the applicant needs to
sign
come
off.
up and sign.
Mark, is it all the way down Main Street?
I think so. Are you down Main Street? Yeah.
I don't know if you saw my text. I wish I could find a parking place, but I found it.
Good luck if you're parking around the building, parking down the hill, and I know if you have a handicap spot. It's not that noisy. Yeah. I'll give you a ride back up and then I'll go park. If you want. I mean, yeah. I parked right in front, so. Okay.
Are you here in front of the courthouse in the,
That was your comment.
On Main Street or in the side street? Oh, yeah, they'll end up having to move it. All right, I'm gonna move mine.
I think I'm okay, I'm right behind the building. And the normal parking spaces back there, so I guess I'm okay. I'm right behind the building, I think I'm okay, I'm not out on Main Street, so.
I always park down behind and walk up.
Steven, you doing okay? Living a dream. Been a real tough month, couple months, yeah. Too much work. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of traveling right now, so I've been all over the state. It's wearing me out. I work for a company that does restaurant assessments. So I go into restaurants all over the state and basically tell them what they're doing wrong. I'm kind of like the health department on steroids. So, yeah, they hire our company to do assessments. KFC, Pizza Hut, a lot of the companies. Exactly. And I got to be in Whitman City tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, absolutely. but, that thing used to flood too. Mark, I had time to go move my car. Where are you parked? Oh, okay. I just pulled down there and walked over. Okay. All right. Get this thing to go. Get out of it. It's gonna be a long time. It's gonna be a long time. We need pizza. 10:30, but I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. It's gonna be 11 o'clock easily. You must have wrote out what you want to say. I've got a long address. Hitting Tadyville Road. The problem I have with hitting Tadyville Road is I'm giving it to somebody. Hitting Tadyville Road, Tadyville, Kentucky. Hinton Road, Tadyville. I know you want to talk. Tadyville Road, Tadyville.
I will get back started again here. What?
I heard you tell her.
I
you
did
bring her
all,
up.
and then I didn't see you. Sorry. Hopefully you got a close parking spot, I hope.
No, I'm not at these.
Sorry. Moving on to new business, we'll go right into the ZMA 2021-30, which is 3664 Main Street zoning map amendment to change the zoning district from B1 to B3, located at 3364 Main Street in Stamping Ground. And again, this is a public hearing, so we'll open it up for public hearing.
Thank you. As Mark said, this is a zone change amendment in downtown Stamping Ground with the address of 3364 Main Street. It is currently zoned B1, which is a neighborhood commercial district, and the proposed zone is B3, which is the central business district. This is kind of in the center of downtown, so there's significant variety of land uses surrounding it, such as our C1 Conservation District, the B2 Highway Commercial District, and low and medium density single-family residences. The project site is approximately 1/10 of an acre, and the application proposes commercial frontage with 3 residential apartments, 1 that would be on the first floor and 2 that would be on the second floor. Access for the commercial area is off of Main Street, and access for the residences would be off of Wood Lake Road. This is a aerial shot of the area. As you can see, it is just the building and the parking lot surrounding it. There's no new construction proposed as part of the concept plan for this area. It is right off of Main Street and Wood Lake, which are 2 kind of major corridor streets in the area. This is the zoning distribution. As you can see, this is part of the larger B1 neighborhood commercial that's kind of typical of downtown Stamping Grounds, commercial areas with conservation behind it, which is Buffalo Springs and Buffalo Springs Park. And then to the east of it, and kind of southeast of it, is higher density residential R2, and then all around that are R1 and R1A, R1B residential units. This is a screenshot of the future land use map that was published as part of the comprehensive plan of 2017. So you can see it is expected to have that commercial use all in that red, and then that darker kind of more harvesty orange, for lack of a better way to qualify it, is residential unit space. So this zone change would maintain that commercial intent and expectation set forth by the comprehensive plan. These are some site photographs of the existing thing. As you can see, there is some windows on the first floor and the commercial portions, but in the back end of the property and on the entire second floor, there are no windows currently visible. And then this is the residential access points. The kind of stairs going up would lead to the 2 residences on the second floor, and then the other one would lead to the residential access on the first floor. There is parking behind the building. Currently, it can roughly fit about 2 vehicles comfortably, or stacked. It would be very difficult to have a lot more than 2 or 3 parkings or cars available in that back area. This is a layout of part of the comprehensive plan. I outlined it in various colors just to kind of illustrate the different sections and uses. The yellow area is the commercial proposed on the first floor. The purple behind it is a 2-bedroom unit on the first floor as well. The second level has a 1-bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom unit. The 1-bedroom is outlined in red, and then the 2-bedroom unit is outlined in green. The green would be facing Main Street. As with all zone map amendments, we refer to KRS 100, Section 213, which has the required findings that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, and if it does not qualify as that the existing zoning qualification is inappropriate and that the new proposed one is more appropriate, or that there have been major changes that have been unforeseen by the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan outlines the area that this site is within downtown Stamping Ground area, and per the plan, it does call for mixed-use development, including commercial storefronts and second-story residential, and identifies the intersection of Wood Lake and Main Street as a major point and most appropriate area for this type of development. This is just an image of the breakdown in land uses of the area. These are a selection of the many comprehensive plan goals that would be satisfied and align with the interest to rezone the property. This encourages revitalization of vacant properties, as well as having flexible land use design patterns, investing in hearts of cities, and incentivizing developments that are considered sustainable best practices, such as adaptive reuse. Based off of the goals in this zone change aligning with many of the goals in the comprehensive plan, the staff does believe that the amendment proposed does meet the findings described in KRS 100, Section 213, and is along the main corridor and would require significant improvements as it is currently vacant. It would need, the image here presents, there's a very uninspired, we'll call it front that would need revitalization and improvements. Additionally, there would need to be some arrangement of parking if this would be kind of put forth, but that would come at a later point in the conversation if the commission moves to approve or agree with staff recommendation, which is to approve the zoning map amendment subject to the 3 conditions listed above: compliance with zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, working with the City Commission of Stamping Ground in order to have this be considered and possibly actually adopted by the existing kind of governing bodies, and amendments that would need to be kind of approved by Planning Commission staff, the commission, or the City Commission. And that is all I have for it.
All right, any questions by the commission?
Just for the record, what basically is the difference between neighborhood commercial and central business district?
The central business district would allow for these types of developments versus the neighborhood commercial does not allow for a type of development, like with residential improvements. This is of the 5 kind of major commercial districts in the existing zoning ordinance, this one would best allow for some type of mixed-use residential and commercial uses.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. The applicant like to speak? State your name for the record.
Tara Schroeder. I have no objections to the conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mrs. Schroeder?
I think the only concern I have is lack of windows, especially in those second floor units there. Are there plans to put
Yes.
windows in there? Okay.
Yes, sir. The upstairs is currently just at studs. I purchased the property this summer, and it's basically studs and subfloor, so I would be putting windows in.
Okay. And I was down there this week, and that parking out back is, you know, you get two cars in there, and then the property right next door to it, they had a vehicle parked right there, so it's gonna be tight for two vehicles, and I realize that end of, the stamping ground, there's not a whole lot of parking on the street anyway there, so, that would be another concern is
The
you've
parking's
got
less.
3 apartments there and only 2 parking spots.
What is the use for the commercial side? What do you plan on putting in there?
To be honest, I'm not sure at this point. I'd be interested in leasing it out to somebody from the community. Down the road, if I'm able to quit my day job, I'd love to have my property management company down there, but for the time being, I'd be leasing it out to anybody in the community that was interested.
Any other questions for Mrs. Schroeder?
Are there any options for additional parking in that area? I'm not sure what,
The parking
street-
situation's not ideal. I would be happy to work with the city if there's something else I can do. I have other properties not in stamping ground that have similar issues, and I just try to make sure my tenants understand the conditions. Sometimes I find tenants that don't have vehicles or, you know, just work together to make the situation work.
There's parking on Main Street in front of it. Is there parking available on Wood Lake, or, I know there's not really
Not on
much
Wood,
shoulder there. so-
yeah, not on Wood Lake. It would probably have to stay on Main.
The building sits right on the curb, basically.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Anybody here to speak again, either for or against this applicant? Please roll up and state your name and address for the record.
Dale Perry, 3159 Main Street, Stamping Ground. And it's not really a for or against, it's just some things I'd like to put out for the commission to consider on the property. There's been a lot of questions about the parking area. If you saw the photos that came up, just some history where it was a yellow line all the way back.
Thanks, Joe.
There's a yellow line completely in front of that property because the city commission decided one time that intersection is too dangerous. They actually had tried to get a stoplight there. The state refused that. We tried to get a parabolic mirror. They refused that. So to solve it, we painted a yellow line where it's no parking in front of that building all the way back to probably right past the Masonic Hall where a handicap spot starts. So for the gentleman who had the question about the parking, there is none. There is none available for that building. And then the person who mentioned the lack of a window upstairs, just from my history, fire department involvement and commission involvement, it's a very dangerous thought right at this point. It'd be a great place to have residential units eventually, but with the wooden stairs to get up to the only entrance and egress of that upstairs, it could be very dangerous. I don't know if that's something you all can put in approval or something the building inspector would have to look at, but it'd have to have a better way to safely exit that building if it caught fire. And just for history knowledge, it has caught fire in the past 10 years. So
Are the
definitely.
modifications such that the building inspector would have to inspect it prior to?
Joe, do you want to speak to that, or?
Yeah, I mean, if the building was gonna be used for mixed use, they would have to get building permits and they'd have to meet building code for egress.
Good.
So there would be significant change, it sounds like, to the building before it be occupied.
Gotcha.
It requires windows where there's living space, so I mean,
Yeah.
quite
That's
a
what I
bit of
thought,
living
yeah,
windows
okay.
take place.
Yeah, I'd be afraid to live in an apartment with no windows in case there
A
was.
lot of tragic stories out there with the people do rent out places like that. And I guess my only other question was, I guess for the planning and zoning people, the two conditions A and B, why do they feel it's inappropriate to be classified what it is right now? And then B, what has changed so much in Stamping Ground that it would warrant this?
Well, A and B only come into play if number one isn't met. So number one is it, does it conform with the comprehensive plan, with the adopted comprehensive plan? And if it doesn't, then you can either meet A or B.
Gotcha. Well,
So,
and the only thing I can say to that is I was on the Great Scott Comprehensive Plan with other firefighters and other fire officials, and we did agree, and yes, we need to increase more space, but it had to be done with the concept of it being a safe place to live. And right now, it's just not. I mean, it's not a safe place to put units in residential upstairs.
But this is only a zoning change, it's not a
Correct. It's just a zone change, but we won't get a development plan back since this is an existing building. So, I mean, if you're concerned about parking, you may want to add a condition that they have, you know, they meet our minimum parking requirements for the apartments. So it's, I think, one-bedroom apartments is 1.5 spaces. I think two-bedroom and above, I think it's 2.5. I have to double check because they've been changed for apartments, but
Isn't this the way central business, that doesn't require on-site parking? Unless,
it doesn't.
unless the one in Stamping
It
Ground is
doesn't, but
different
what I'm
from-
saying is if you're concerned about the parking,
Yeah.
I mean, that may be a condition unless you're saying it's
But,
inappropriate.
well, our ordinance, I mean, that's what central business is. You asked that question a moment ago.
Okay.
One thing, 0 lot lines, you don't have on-site parking. Just like the apartments up and down Main Street here. Nobody parks on site, they park, you know, other places. So I don't know how we could add that.
Right. We do have the off-street for other zones for apartments. So, I mean, if it's a concern that, you know, they can provide parking maybe at a shared lot or a shared
And
location.
that would
Yeah.
be great if they would, but
Yeah.
that zone does not require it.
If it's not required.
Yeah, and if it doesn't require it, that's fine, but I would ask for your consideration, you realize that 3 of the spots down there on the limited Main Street, as Mr. Mifflin probably saw when we went down there, 3 of the spaces are designated handicap, 2 are designated City Hall, and we have 3 that are designated 30-minute parking. That only leaves like 6 spaces to park in our business district downtown.
Right.
Dale, have you all, you're a commissioner now, right? City commissioner, Stamping Ground?
Yes, I didn't want to mention that, I just wanted to say I was a
I
citizen,
was
but
just
yeah.
gonna ask if y'all had any discussions within those meetings or anything. Obviously, some retail business there would be good to see again, since it used to be there historically.
Be awesome,
but-
and we were very happy when Ms. Schroeder bought it with the
Yeah.
intent to do something with it, because it sat
Nice
so long.
historical building and, yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of history there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if y'all had any discussion about, you know, changes to parking on Main Street to
We-
try to
we-
attract more retail businesses.
We actually had, Commissioner Jones is here tonight too, and we'd actually talked about converting a city lot down there into about 20 parking spaces. So yeah, we talked about trying to figure out ways, and that would help Ms. Schroeder too with parking.
Absolutely.
So let me ask you, and I did not make a trip like Mr. Mifflin did.
You should
Is
come.
that yellow,
Great town.
yeah, is that yellow paint, is that really necessary to make that non-parking in front of the building?
I
Matt's shaking his head,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very dangerous at that intersection.
okay?
We have a lot of,
Sight
Central
distance is
access.
terrible coming out of Wood Lake.
Okay.
yeah, and they just blindly pull out, and
You can't,
I know
that
when
was
I go
my-
to Stamping Ground, it's, to me, that road's quiet, you know, Main
Used to
Street.
be, not so much.
Well, I mean, it really still is, all things considered, it's not Main Street, Georgetown where.
You haven't been there lately.
Comparison.
It's a hopping town now.
Exactly, now that we know.
The other question, and you kind of raised it with that I had was, is any other of the business, do they allow the residential? And the reason I ask is, where that is such a hindrance already and such a safety hazard already, from what I understand, the B3 can allow projecting signs to be on the front of the building. And I would worry somebody pulls there and doesn't get a good sight, and it's distracting seeing a sign sticking out of that building. And it's even more chance they're going to hit when they pull out. I think there's other business ones that say have to be wall signs or something like that, right?
Thank you,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Any other, Joe, you need to say something?
Add something before you deliberate, but, Charlie's right that there's no parking requirements downtown, but there is a provision in our zoning ordinance that if you cause a parking issue on street, we can bring it back to the Board of Adjustment after a certain amount of time. So I think the first 6 months, or I forget the language, Matt might have it pulled up, but
Now, that's true on the Board of Adjustment authority, you know, for variances and conditional uses, but this zone itself does not require it. So that, I still think that's a problem.
Well, you said if it in the future became a problem, right, the parking, then it could
Yeah,
go back to.
yeah, if a use is causing a parking problem downtown, I believe we can take it to Board of Adjustment. I mean, Charlie, you've
I
been
don't know. I don't
attorney a
remember-
lot
I
longer
don't
at Board of
remember that
Adjustment,
provision,
so.
So we could look at that, but, I mean, just like we've had parking problems downtown Georgetown forever, we can't require off-street parking in downtown Georgetown.
Again, as a commission, just keep that in mind when we're voting. Thank you, Joe. Any other questions? Anybody else in the audience here to speak against or for? My bedtime's midnight, so come on.
Rob Jones. I live at 132 Mulberry Street. I own several properties along Main Street. I'm excited for this young lady. We want new businesses in Stamping Ground. We need new businesses in Stamping Ground. I've opened several myself down there. We need it. Somebody was talking about the traffic. Last count I had was like 4,000 cars a day on Main Street in Stamping Ground. So we need new businesses. The history behind this building, Ms. Roby, remember, Ms. Singer, Roby. Used to be a grocery store years ago, little grocery store. Mr. Reynolds owned it. Then it went to college kids living in it. Then it went to a lawyer's office. Then it went to somebody else living in it. As far as I'm concerned, I think she's got a great plan. It's the first time I've seen it, except I don't want to see anything on the first floor, except commercial business. I think apartments should be on the second floor if we're going to have that in Stamping Ground. We got several other properties down there I think people are working on, trying to bring businesses back down to downstairs and having apartments upstairs. I think that's the way it should be in that area. That part of town is getting revitalized, and I'd like to see it continue, and I hope she does get her approval, but that's the only objection I have. As far as off-street parking, she does have the 2 spots in behind. Main Street has parking. I guess that's back to the east, that there's no houses, nobody parks along there, they could park there. I think she could have plenty of parking for her apartments there. As far as the yellow line in front of the building, yes, that was put there by the state because of sight of distance. When you're pulling off a Wood Lake, you can't see turning onto Main Street. Now we got a water crisis going on, so. But I'm all for her plan. I'm excited for her, and I hope she does get her approval, so. All right?
Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval. Sorry, I don't have that in front of me,
ZMA
3 conditions of approval.
2021-30.
yes, exactly what Mr. Mifflin said. Make a motion for approval with the conditions that are listed.
I've got a motion by Mrs. Singer. Second by Mr. Vest. Again, being it's a public hearing, we'll do a roll call. Start with Mrs. Singer.
Yes.
Mr. Vest.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Stephen Smith.
Yes?
Dan Smith.
Yes.
James Stone.
Yes.
Charlie Mifflin.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Passes, and the applicant comes see Mr. Perkins there to sign the appropriate documentation.
Rob's got a question.
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
It will be whenever we forward the record, so it'll be next month, probably.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the FSP, under new business B, FSP 2021-31, the Sozo Church, amended final subdivision plat to transfer and consolidate 2 preserved tracts in a cluster subdivision located at 2911 Leestown Road.
Okay. This is a request for an amended subdivision plat for what would typically be a minor staff approval, but the applicants need to get a variance in order to do this transfer and consolidation. So this is a cluster subdivision, Elkhorn Bend cluster. It was approved prior to 2007. At that time, our cluster regs allow for 5-acre density, but you can do building lots or cluster lots at the time this was approved, 1 acre, minimum of 1 acre, up to 2 acres. So 1 to 2 acres in the preserved in the cluster lots themselves. The remainder of the land at the 5-acre density needs to be set aside as preserved area. So, for example, 100-acre subdivision, you have 20 building credits, basically 5-acre density, 100 acres, 20 units. You could do 19 cluster lots and then 1 preserved tract. At the time, since you could do multiple preserved tracts, they did 2 preserved tracts in this case. So they did, I believe, 10 or 11 cluster smaller cluster lots and 2 preserve tracts. One, they got a conditional use for a church on, so they had a church on one of the 25-acre tracts, and then the other was just agricultural land that they used to, farm or, grow hay or whatever they did. Over time, the church kind of fell onto some financial hard times. I think the church either defaulted on their loan or refinanced their loan. And at this point, I guess they're still having kind of financial problems. So I guess that the solution was to let's look at the church selling off the land that they're not using and consolidating it with the other preserve tract. So still 2 preserve tracts, but one will be less than 25 acres, which was the minimum required at the time this was approved. Thus, they need a variance to the minimum lot size for a preserve tract. So that's the summary of or background on where they are. The preserve tracts were tract 13 in the back, and then tract 12, and then the piece to the right of 12 was originally part of 12. With this transfer and consolidation, this image basically shows where they're ending up. So the church will retain a little over 10 acres. Tract 13 will have the remainder. So they'll get the basically half of the original tract 12. And I added this other exhibit just to see where we're ending up because this one's so hard to follow. But so original church tract was the church building and parking lot to the left of the main entrance, and then that little square behind the KU facility, and then the piece across the road. We think, staff's assessment of this change is that it really doesn't affect the subdivision, how it functions or how it appears. It meets the goals of the cluster regs in that it preserves even more land for agricultural purposes. It doesn't waste any land on the church tract. So we are in agreement with this variance, and we are recommending approval of the variance. A couple minor issues that go along with it. There was a septic system for the church. I believe most of it is on the remainder tract, but if any of it, when the health department looks at it, if anybody spills over onto what's going to be tract 13, they'll need an easement and a maintenance agreement on the plat. Also, the main entrance road doesn't have the right-of-way dedicated along the front part between the preserve tracts. They'll need to dedicate the right-of-way. It is a county road. County is maintaining it, but we only have the right-of-way along the cluster tracts in the back. We need to get the right-of-way dedicated in the front. We're also going to need some language on the plat that says that these 2 pieces across the road are joined together and can't be split in the future. They're part of a one preserved tract. There's also an easement shown behind the KU site for the church to get it access to the creek. So we'll need a maintenance agreement on that as well. So just some minor issues, language we'll need on the plat, but we are recommending approval of the amended final subdivision plat.
Any questions for Joe Kane? Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Would the applicant come up?
They wish to speak.
Oh.
I'm BJ Bentley.
Stage.
Yes, you did. No, it's yours.
Should I speak or should Brent come?
Well, that's why I was looking for Brent. He was sitting over here earlier and he moved on me.
I was wondering.
Well, you can, but I mean, usually,
He's probably more particular.
there you go. I knew Brent was sitting over here earlier.
Brent Combs, Thoroughbred Engineering, and I was involved in the original
cluster thing years ago, but anyway, in talking with BJ, and there's also a member of the church here, and also Roy is the owner of the farmland. They're all here and can answer questions if I don't know the answers. But my understanding is that, and we actually did the development plan for the original church. I'm not going to think of the name of it at the moment. Clyde Beverly was the pastor, though I do remember that. But anyway, that church did default, and so the land that went into foreclosure. And so Ms. Bentley, who's the widow of Nick Bentley, and he was the original developer of South Elkhorn Bend. So they bought it back at foreclosure and tried to get different things in the church building, but anyway, finally got this new church, Sozo's Church, to come in, and the arrangement right now is that Ms. Bentley is financing the loan on the church, and so the church feels like they don't need that land. It's something they have to upkeep, and it's just a kind of more of a headache for them than anything. And Roy, the farmer, would like to add it to what he has, and so they've come before you to request that they allow to transfer that land from the church to Roy. So that's my understanding of everything.
Thanks, Brent. Any questions for Brent?
Brent, on this map, Joe mentioned the septic field. Does it go over into 13?
You know, I'm pretty sure we did this, it's been 2 or 3 years ago, I think. The air surveyors actually went out and located that. So we've got the information. I'm not 100% sure right now if it crosses over that line or not. So there'd be 2 solutions. One is what Joe said. We could set up an easement, or possibly we could rearrange that lot line a little bit to make sure the septic stays with the church.
Okay.
But we'll make sure that gets taken care of one way or the other.
Any other questions for Mr. Combs? Thank you, Brent. Anybody here to speak in favor or against it, or have questions? No? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept FSP 2021-31 with the staff recommendation.
I've got a motion by Mr. Garrett.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vest. This isn't a public hearing, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. You want to go up there and sign away? And we'll jump right into the next one. Thank you. Next one on the agenda is the FSP, under New Business D, FSP 2021-33, Midas of Georgetown. The final development plan for 320 square foot storage building located at 107 Finley Drive.
All right, thank you. This application is a final development plan. As you mentioned, the applicant has commercial property at 107 Finley Drive, and they're looking to add a storage building to the rear. The current zoning of the property is B2, as are all of the surrounding properties. The site is a little over 0.8 of an acre in size, and there's currently a building on the site that's just under 4,000 square feet. They're looking to add a storage building of 320 square feet. The site has triple frontage with access from both Finley Drive and Elkhorn Meadows Drive. And I guess sort of the reason this is before you all today is because this application does require a variance to reduce the setback from one of those frontages. So this is a zoning map showing the zoning of all of the properties in the area. All of the area that is in pink is our highway commercial zoning district. It has 50-foot setbacks from all road frontages. So as you can see there, sort of in the middle is 107. Anywhere, any property line that fronts the road on 3 sides, they need to keep their buildings 50 feet from that per our regs. This is an aerial image of the site. From the backside, the side that they're proposing to add the storage building to. It would be just to the north, or I guess as far as the image is shown, to the right of actually where it says 107 there on the lot. This is a zoomed-in version of the site plan that you all have. I've outlined in yellow there on the screen where the storage building would be located. And you can see on your site plan where they noted the building sits currently exactly 50 feet basically from the right-of-way with Elkhorn Meadows Drive. So any addition that the applicant would have made at all to the rear of the property or to the rear of the building would have required a variance. The way the site has been laid out, it seems it would have been difficult to add to the front or the sides and really not either encroach on the setback or take up parking spaces that are needed by the business. So in general, I found that the granting of the variance wouldn't adversely impact the public health, safety, or welfare. I found that it wouldn't alter the character of the general vicinity. If you look at the sort of the larger area, there are several commercial buildings along Elkhorn Meadow Drive, particularly some of the buildings that have been there for a while where they don't currently sit 50 feet. So I don't think it would alter the character. There are some mitigating factors where the site is a triple frontage lot. It's hard to make any additions to this existing building under our current regulations. And outside of that, the final development plan seems to meet all of our requirements. So I am recommending approval with and this is, I guess, a change from the staff report. I actually looked at it and eliminated condition 3. When I thought about it closely, it doesn't apply to this application. This application is a final development plan. Condition 3 is a part of our subregs that applies to preliminary plans, so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to sort of highlight that as pertaining to this one. But I am recommending approval with the 3 conditions, conditions 1, 2, and 4 that are listed in the staff report.
It may just be a matter of semantics, but number 1 up there, it says reduce the front yard setback. This is really the backyard, isn't it?
Yeah, it is an issue of semantics. Basically, the ordinance defines any area on a lot that faces a street as a front yard. So if you have a house that's a corner lot, technically you have 2 front yards. If you have a commercial lot that is 3 street frontages, you have 3 front yards.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Matt? Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
The applicant like to speak?
We've just basically run out.
Please state your name.
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
record,
My name is Dan Bourne.
Thanks.
My son and I own the business, but we don't own the property. But we have gotten permission from the owner of the property to do this. It's basically a 40 by 8 ocean-going type steel storage container. And other than that, we're just need extra space for additional equipment and additional parts and things of that nature so that we can increase our business.
Good. Any questions for Mr. Bourne? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else here want to speak against or in favor of this application? If not, I'll make a motion to, open it up for recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept FDP 2021-33
So I've got a motion by Stephen Smith,
with the 3 conditions.
I'll second it.
second by Dan Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Bourne, if you'd go up there and you can sign. Thank you. Moving along. Next on the agenda is, whoops. Under new business, item F, ZMA 2021-35, the Regal Spring Senior Community Zone Change Request for 54.86 acres from A1 to R2 PUD and C1 Conservation located north side of Frankfurt Road, east of Payne's Landing subdivision. And this is a public hearing, so I'll open it up as a public hearing.
Right. Okay, this is another zone change application. In this case, it's between Payne's Landing subdivision and White Oak in the North Elkhorn Creek, north of Frankfurt Road or 460 in the west side of Georgetown. The application is on a site that's 54.86 acres, and the request is for R2 PUD, which is our medium-density residential, and C1 conservation, which is essentially being asked for the area within the floodplain on the property. The concept plan shows 112 dwelling units in duplex buildings, so 56 duplexes, essentially. Here's the site. It has 2 points of access currently, one from Delissa Drive, so the easternmost entrance to White Oak. Accesses the farm now, so that will be the main entrance. And there's also an entrance on a stub road from Payne's Landing, which I don't recall the name of that road, Belvoir Park. Is that right? Yeah. So there's 2 points of access to this property currently. There's another 5-acre tract that the Bevins had their house on that adjoins the site. There may be an access through there potentially in the future, but these are the 2 points that we're aware of. The site is pretty, fairly moderately to steeply sloped. I mean, it drains kind of away from White Oak and Payne's Landing down to the North Elkhorn. It's steeper kind of in the front southern part of the site. There's floodplain that's along the creek, and it kind of veers into the property on the northern side. So this is our green print map from the comprehensive plan. It shows really any environmentally sensitive or challenging areas, steep slopes and floodplain mostly, and then also prime soils. But I think the main concerns with this site are the steep slopes and the floodplain. So the steepest slopes are along a treed area on the southern part of the site. It kind of mellows out a little bit as you go to the north. Again, we'll hit on the comp plan or the KRS requirements for approval of a zone change. And essentially, any zone change has to either conform with the comprehensive plan in the future land use map and in the majority of the goals and objectives, or if it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan, it has to meet either A or B here. It either has to be inappropriately zoned, and obviously inappropriately zoned, or there had to be changes in the immediate vicinity that weren't either anticipated or analyzed as part of the comp plan. And those changes kind of change the basic character of the area and would support a change in the zone. In this case, the future land use map shows this area as urban residential, which is any urban residential zone that requires sewer. So anything from an R1A to an R3 would be appropriate in the urban residential zone or in the urban residential future land use category. The future land use map kind of shows the creek, the floodway of the creek, but we have other policies within our comprehensive plan that the floodplain for the North Elkhorn should be zone conservation, just to protect that creek corridor from development. We also have a floodplain ordinance that doesn't allow development in the flood, doesn't allow residences in the floodplain. It does allow creek crossings and roads and other grading and other small changes in the floodplain. As long as you meet the ordinance, show that it's having no effect downstream, it's not impacting any properties downstream, and you meet all the requirements of the ordinance. It requires a local permit and a state permit, and kind of a long process to go through. But our comprehensive plan guidance says those floodplain areas should be zone C1. So that's the general guidance in our comprehensive plan for this area. We really have to look at the zone and the use proposed and analyze it against kind of the character of the area and the context it's in to make a recommendation on which zoning district would be most appropriate. As I said, they're asking for 112 attached, what they're calling senior cottages in duplex buildings. So it's a fairly low density use. The R2 zone allows up to 12 units an acre. I think the density proposed on this site is a little over 3.4, so under 3.5 units an acre, which would, be compatible to like an R1C single-family zone. I think the density in White Oak is about 4.5. I have it in my staff report, but it's over 4. And Payne's Landing kind of varies from phase to phase, but it's about 3.8, I would say, on average. So this is the actual density in this area that they're asking for is a little bit less than Payne's Landing and White Oak. They're also proposing to rezone all of the floodplain to C1 conservation, keep all the units out of the floodplain. We also have an environmentally sensitive lands ordinance, which kind of protects any sinkhole or karst features from development. So they'll have to meet all of those requirements as well. I guess in addition to the future land use map, this project meets many of the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, and I've outlined a few here. They include community form goals that call for development within the urban service boundaries, so maintaining urban style development within the urban service boundaries, infilling the existing areas within the city limits, and annexing those areas into the city of Georgetown so they can become part of the tax base for Georgetown. Housing goals that encourage a variety of housing types and encourage senior housing to meet that demand for future senior housing. And environmental goals which call for the protection of creek corridors and floodplain areas. So I'll get into their concept plan a little bit. This site is split up into 3 parcels currently, and the plan is to consolidate these into one parcel and maintain, the developer will maintain ownership of the site, and the units will be sold individually as condos. So the owners will own and maintain the area within the footprint of their unit, and then the rest of the property will be maintained through a owner HOA or other ownership scheme that'll take care of the landscaping and maintain the property outside the building unit itself. All the streets are proposed to be private, so they'll be constructed to public street standard, but they'll be owned and maintained by the developer, and the HOA scheme will maintain those over time. They're proposing to control access, so to gate the 2 main entrances. I mean, they'll have to allow for emergency services and garbage pickup if that's however they do that. But those gates will have to have some way to for emergency services to get in and out. But they propose to gate those, and all the internal streets will be private. I'll kind of let them get into the details of this, but I'll just go over the general site plan. But they're showing a clubhouse and pool at the entrance with some parking, an 8-foot walking path connecting on the south side or on the I guess, the east side of the main road, connecting that with with an amphitheater and some ball courts, and then at the far north end, a community garden area and some more shared parking. The units will be on the more moderate to, I guess, low, under 10% slopes on the site, so they'll proposing to stay out of the steep sloped areas. They are showing a buffer between Payne's Landing and Ward Hall. So along the western boundary, they are showing a horse fence with a mesh, kind of a diamond wire mesh backing, and then trees planted every 30 feet, so one tree every 30 feet. They're also proposing street trees along the private streets and sidewalks along the in front of the units, and then that 8-foot walking path along, connecting kind of their amenity areas. I think that's the highlights. I'll let them get into the details of their proposal, but this map kind of shows the purple is the floodway, so that's the area that you can't really do anything in. The floodplain, the 100-year floodplain is in the burnt orange, and then the yellow is the 500-year flood, and then the kind of the grayish white areas are steep slopes over 20%. So those are generally in these areas. We'll have to look at the development plan when we get to that. If the zone change is approved, we'll require a preliminary development plan and a final development plan to be approved. So we'll get, the next stage is for them to prepare and submit a preliminary development plan. So we'll look, I guess, more closely at that point at the steep sloped areas and these treed areas. So I guess the more heavily treed areas along the creek are in the steep slope areas, so we'll need to protect those from development. And obviously kind of encourage a buffer up between this development and the neighboring developments. So I guess staff's main concerns are that the environmentally sensitive areas be protected, and we're protecting that by requiring them to zone the floodplain conservation. Any work in that floodplain will require floodplain permits and conformance with the flood protection ordinance. There's a little bit of concern about building in steep sloped areas, but those details really come with the preliminary development plan, and we'll just have to look at that closely if we get to that point. We require a traffic impact study typically on large developments, so anything that generates over 100 peak hour trips requires a traffic impact study. This project, being only in 112 units, didn't meet the threshold for a traffic study, but they did prepare a traffic analysis for us. It essentially showed that the main entrance at DeLissa Drive and 460 will not exceed our minimum level of service, so it will function as an intersection well within our guidelines. The only real problem intersection is at Payne's Depot Road and 460, making a left turn lane at that intersection off Payne's Depot and turning left. That's really the only intersection in this area that showed any kind of constraints, and that's it's unrelated directly to this application, but that's what the traffic analysis said. We do require any development at the preliminary development plan stage typically, but we require any development that accesses a county or city road to widen their section of that road if it doesn't meet our current width or profile. So we are asking them to widen DeLissa Drive along their frontage just to minimum city standards from the center line to their property line along the frontage, and dedicate any right-of-way that's required in order to do that widening. As far as buffers, our our ordinances don't require buffering between a duplex development and a single-family development, but they are providing a buffer along Payne's Landing and Ward Hall, or White Oak, sorry. And we are encouraging that, and we would like to see that buffer between those two developments, especially since this will be a private development, private streets, kind of a different elderly style housing, and so we would like to see that buffer, and we're glad they're providing that. Just some more close-up images. They may have some images to show, but this is that steep sloped area with the existing tree line, and there you kind of see a little bit the Delissa Drive entrance in their clubhouse and pool package. And then that 8-foot walking trail will go from that parking area and that clubhouse all the way through on that south side of that street, or the east side of that street to the other end. I did have an image here of their buffer. It's kind of just a tree every 30 feet, and we don't have a species-specific landscape buffer this time, but we'll get that at the development plan stage. But it's a horse fence, plank fence, I think, with a mesh, a diamond wire mesh, and then the trees on the inside of that buffer. And there is in the R2 zone, there is a 25-foot setback, so those buildings will have to be at least 25 feet from the property line. I went over the traffic study, so essentially it shows that it meets our level of service at the entrances, and the only issue is really on that off-site intersection within kind of the scope of this area. So staff finds that the traffic impact report or analysis that they provided demonstrates that there'll be minimal impact to the existing intersections that serve this development, but we would like to see Delissa Drive widened along their frontage. The zoning map amendment, I think, request meets our requirements for KRS 100.213 in that it conforms with our future land use map and our goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan. The concept plan shows numerous amenities and is low density, less dense than the adjoining subdivision, and we will get more detailed preliminary development plan at a future date, but we do believe it meets our minimum requirements for a zone change. In addition, they're meeting the environmentally sensitive, they'll have to conform with the environmentally sensitive lands ordinance and the floodplain ordinance, and they are zoning all that floodplain area C1, which is in our comprehensive plan. So planning staff recommends approval of R2 PUD for 32.135 acres and C1 conservation for 21.869 acres, subject to actually 8 conditions, and I'm not sure if I did. Okay, good. There were 6 conditions in the staff report, and I added 2 additional just to make sure that those areas were covered, and I'll go into those in a second, but standard conditions for zone changes, that they meet our subdivision development regulations, they be annexed to the city of Georgetown. They'll have to provide that legal description of the 2 zones to the city council so they can approve the zone change through ordinance if they choose to approve it, and then they'll have to annex the property as well. They meet the floodplain ordinance during development. They make those improvements to Delissa Drive. They submit a preliminary and final development plan for review by Planning Commission and staff. And then the 2 additional added just to make sure that we were covered. The submitted preliminary development plan shall significantly conform to the concept plan. And because this is a PUD, we need to get that in there that you're approving R2 PUD, and we're basing it on this concept plan. So when we get the preliminary development plan, it needs to significantly conform, including a maximum dwelling unit number of 112. And then I added number 8 just to make sure that they were aware that they will have to comply with all the requirements of the environmentally sensitive lands ordinance. Although that's part of our subregs and that's kind of covered in an earlier condition, but I just wanted to go ahead and add that in there.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions for Joe Kane? Joe, I do have a question. I mean, I probably could have held it off for the applicant, but that back road, and I can't even read, is it Belmar Park Drive or
Belvoir.
Belmore Park Drive?
Belvoir.
Is that an,
With the B.
what
Doesn't
is it?
matter.
Say it again?
Belvoir, I think.
Belvoir, okay.
Yeah.
Is that an emergency gate? Is that what that is? Emergency access gate? Well, why would you have a guardhouse in front gated to get in, and if that's gonna be an open road? That's my question.
It will be gated. I'm not sure if it'd just be emergency only or if likely
And I'll ask
emergency
the
only.
applicant when he gets up here, I'm guessing. It doesn't make sense to have an open road and then have guardhouse with gates in the front.
Right.
All right. Any other questions for Joe? Ms.
It
Singer?
might be a question that may be more relevant for the applicant, I don't know, but the property that adjoins this, all the yellow there, is the property that we had maybe 2 hours of discussion on last meeting relative to connectivity with the development that was ultimately approved for the other side of that property. It seems a relevant question if there's been any discussion for this one related to that same kind of connectivity and the requirement that that be there, since you said you do allow, that C1 zoning does not limit crossings, right? Creek crossings, i.e. a bridge?
Yeah, it would be a long process and very expensive to get a creek crossing there just because of the width of the floodplain and the slopes. But, I mean, yeah, we require a minimum of 2 entrances for any development, multifamily over 100 or single family over 200. They do have 2 here, so, and possibly 3. Because this is the last piece of property between, the developed area and the creek, and they're proposing private streets, we didn't ask for more connectivity than is our minimum, but
I think it'd be a nightmare over a creek.
Potentially.
And the slope and all
It just,
that.
I wanted to ask the question, had there been any discussion relative to it, because it's obviously the same issue
Yeah.
related to being landlocked or whatever
yeah,
concerns.
they
might
do
be
have
previous.
2, but they are private streets as well, so that kind of,
Yeah.
Any
Because I
other
don't think the
questions?
connectivity was related to number of entrances, it was more, at least that one portion.
yeah,
of the
in
connectivity.
general, we like to see as much connectivity as possible, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Chairman Solsky, members of the commission, my privilege tonight to represent Regal Springs Development Company LLC, the applicant on the application you've just heard Joe explain to you. Joe's done
State your name for the record, I'm
excuse
sorry.
me, Harold Sims, attorney representing Regal Springs Development Company LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Joe, as usual, has done a very good job explaining the project and outlining for the commission the fact that the applicant's project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and that it meets the proposed land use, future land use, in that our project is a urban residential in nature, and we have agreed to adopt the planning zoning recommendation for anything that lies within the floodplain to be zoned and protected as a conservation zone, and the applicant was glad to participate in that. You also heard Joe explain how this project meets several of the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan that the community worked out in reaching the plan that you all use as a guideline and that forms the basis of your decisions every week. The project meets several of those goals and objectives with regards to conservation, with regards to use, with regards to protection of environmentally sensitive areas. The applicant is here tonight with their engineering staff to answer questions of the staff, but they want to say that the applicant has reviewed the conditions of approval, including the two that were added today, and are prepared to sign off with on those conditions after the commission's vote tonight. I would at this time like to turn over my portion of the program to Mr. Glenn Delaval, who is the CEO of Delaval Management Incorporated and the organizer and member of Regal Springs Development Community LLC, and he will explain who they are, and then we have the engineers to talk about the specifics of the plan. I know there will be questions from the audience, and we're all here to entertain them. So I'll let Mr. Delaval come up now.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Good evening. I'm Glenn Delaval, and I am the CEO and founder of this endeavor, and we've been on the journey for this a long time. We are very cognizant of coming here to Georgetown, of the beauty and the pristine that is here. We want to work with that, and we hope we've demonstrated that, our willingness to do in this project. If anybody doesn't know, there's a great need for senior housing. It's growing exponentially every day. There's a lot of people who are looking to move to Georgetown who want a different type of living arrangement. And we hope that we're going to provide that. Regal Springs is not a community of people who are senior active people. We have no medical staff here, anything like that. These are people who are going to go to the golf course, who are going to play pickleball, shuffleboard. We have a club. We're going to have a saltwater heated pool with a ramp so they can get in there. And then there'll be club activities and all that good stuff that would be there. The gate is going to be used on both sides of the property, not only for emergency. All of our residents will have a key fob type of thing that they'll have on them, that they'll drive through the front gate, or if they want to take a walk or go out the back and go to the golf course or whatever. That's the purpose of that gate system. It also adds a little more security to our people. Security to a senior citizen is probably in the top 6 things that they're concerned about, is their well-being and security. And it's not a drive-through street at all, what we've got. We also added the path to the side for people. Some of our residents will have golf carts, I'm sure, and we want them to be on the path instead of on the main road in our little area here for even added safety and added security. We had a public meeting ourselves. We sent out 360 letters to all of the surrounding people. We met out at our barn on the property, I want to say, I don't know, whatever it was. And there were several valid concerns. We took notes and we went back and addressed some of those things. I had a gentleman call me today, and he said it very plainly. He said, if that house was built out of gold, I still wouldn't want it next door to me. So there's a lot of people who feel that their view has been taken away, and the response to that, we want to be a good neighbor. We feel that we're going to put a very decorative horse fence that we're going to maintain and we're going to take care of. We also think that the trees and shrubs are important to buffer that. So we think that we're going to try to do all the right things to make this development the right area. There's a great need for it. But the security of our residents is bar none what we're here to do. The other thing that we had a comment on the floodplain. We have a floodplain engineer here tonight who actually did, I believe, the original floodplain survey for FEMA. I know there was concern about that we addressed in depth. There was also a question about, somebody brought up a bat situation, and I've reached out to the wildlife people, and I'll take it out there, but I've got bat hotels that bats can stay in. On this property, it's a very old farm. They didn't prune many trees. We have a lot of diseased trees. We have a lot of trees that has probably housing those bats. So we think that's a situation that needs to be addressed. Our neighbor across from us came to the meeting, and he said there was a lot of people cutting through his property, and we plan to put up signage according to, we'll hold people to that, not to go on Mr. Blevins' property across the river from us. We did not know that until he came to the meeting. But we tried to take all of the, some of the concerns and some of the things. We can't make everybody happy, but we want to be a good neighbor and be a good corporate citizen here to Georgetown.
Any questions for, is it Delaval?
Delaval, yes, sir. Glenn, yes, sir.
Any questions for him? I do have one, do you have any pictures of what you're looking to build? I look at White Oak and I think, I know several of the people that live out there.
We have that for you. We
You
can
have a
show-
flash drive?
We have,
Good.
yes, I brought, if you give me a second.
Perfect.
We have a couple of pictures we'll just scan through real quick.
I'm just interested to see what it'll look like. I don't have that picture.
You'd been there Monday.
If I'd have been there Monday,
See,
I'd
the
have.
problem is you weren't at the meeting
I
on
was not
Monday,
at
and
the
you've been a
meeting on
bad
Monday.
boy, so I cut it out of your packet.
Hold on, Shelley.
Sorry, gentlemen and lady.
While you're looking for that, just a quick question.
Yes,
The,
ma'am.
Fence height, the barrier you're talking about, what's the height of the fence and the?
We're going to look at that. I can ask the engineering staff, but we were planning to put a standard horse fence up, whatever that is, 3.5 feet, whatever that is. This is, I'll just run through the scale, this slides here for you. This is our Regal Springs. This is kind of our look. Oh, which one I pushed there, John? This one right there? No, it's not. Okay. And then, as you can see, Joe is giving you that this is more of a colored picture. You can kind of see more detail of what's going on and what we've got. Another major concern of the residents was that, about the construction traffic and how we were going to handle that. In the curve of Delissa, I don't know if you can probably see that, we're going to put a service road right there to get all of our equipment in, all our stuff in, while we've got there. None of our traffic that I know of will be coming through, would have any need to go through Delissa, but I can't stop that. But we've got that there covered. This is our entrance we're proposing. We have our guard shack. The back entrance will not be as pristine as this one, but it will have a similar thing. This is a picture of our clubhouse. This is what it's going to look like. It'll be a drive-through deal. It'll be a very open area, and then it'll have a deck on the back, and then the pool will be on the lower level of the building that we're planning to do right there. We have our team. We have the engineers from Vision Engineering. We have Mr. Carolyn Wheeler, who is our salespeople at Sotheby's. We have Mr. Rob Bolton, who is our development consultant, who's been in the development business for 35 years. And of course, you know Mr. Sims. He's done us an outstanding job here on the ground in Georgetown. This is what they're going to look like. They're going to look very nice. There's no vinyl. We have all stone, brick, black frame windows, really nice looking brick that really have a nice motif of what it's going to be. These are our floor plans. They're all on one floor. They're 1,800 square feet to 2,200 square feet. It's an open concept. They're all handicap showers. You can put a wheelchair in any of our property. So it's a very open concept that the customer will be allowed to buy. There will be an upstairs area, kind of a loft with a pair of stairs that'll go up from the front foyer area. The resident could put an office up there. They could put another bedroom with a bathroom up there. They could make it a closet to have all their stuff. But storage is a very big item to senior people because they're downsizing and they want to move to what's here. Our customer are people who want to downsize. They're tired of mowing the grass, cleaning gutters, and they're ready to travel or do whatever. This is a convenience community, and that's what we're proposing. Our base rate will be about $450,000 to $560,000 in sales, give or take. Don't hold us to that, but that's what we're shooting for.
That's for both units?
For each unit.
For each unit, okay.
Yes, sir. This was our meeting that I told you we had. We brought the community together. We thought it would be there. We tried to explain the concept. I reached out to the boards with no success by either neighborhood association to meet with me. So we had our own meeting in our own barn. We invited them to come when we've got there. This is Mark McCain, who can go over the plat with you a little bit more. So we want to tell you, we took a very concerted effort to do the right thing. We want to do the right thing and to do it. And we know that some people are not happy with all of our plans. So we do hear them. We do that. We think this is the better alternative that could have been planted here. It could have put apartments here possibly. You could have put more units here, and we would have had a different situation. But we feel that the esteem of the river is in Georgetown. It's just all of it that's there. And we think that's a very high sales thing for our property, and we want to keep that. That's the reason why we have gone to the expense and the issue of putting the conservation area into our plat and pay for that, to have that done and maintain it. So we like to thank the zoning, the commission staff. They have done an outstanding job with us. I thank them. They don't get enough, I'm sure, of that. And they've just been very, very fair to us and very informative. And I just thank them publicly for their time and energy in helping with us.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Delaville?
I had one quick question.
Yes, sir.
How many other locations do you have of this type product?
This
now?
is our first steamship of building this concept here in Kentucky. This is one of the few concepts of this type in Kentucky. We have other visions of going other places, and that's our plan. But we think that Georgetown added a lot to what it is. And also, we have a lot of grandparents that are trying to move closer to their kids, to be closer to the grandkids, and they're looking for some really options, and they really want some small town feel, and Georgetown gave that appeal based on our research. That's why we've come to Georgetown.
So where else outside of Kentucky area have you?
No. This is our first one. This is our flagship, yeah. This is our first one. So we're going to make sure it's done right, so we'll be fine. Okay?
In the northern part up here, there's 2 horse paddocks. Are they existing now?
No, we will put those in. We'll have horses on the property.
What for?
Just for the ambiance of having horses for our residents to be there. We think retiring with the thoroughbreds is a good theme, and we're going to carry that forth, to carry the theme of Georgetown.
It's for the grandkids.
And for the grandkids. This is for you to bring your grandkids to come fish, to come get on the river, to go play golf, to come and visit, and to be part of a community, and that's what we're trying to give for our people.
Thank you.
The lady had a question.
Well, hang on, give us a second. It's a public hearing, so there's a format. We'll bring you up in a second, I promise. Any other questions for the applicant? And then we will open it up to the public.
But it was from him.
Oh, well, we'll bring him back to answer. Here's the way we do a public hearing is we have each of you come up and address us, the commission, and ask the questions, and he should be back there taking notes. So then at the end of everybody's questions, because I know we're going to have a lot here, then he is going to come up, or Mr. Sims will come up, or somebody representing his group will come up and answer each of your questions. So we don't have the shouting from the people to him and then him shouting back. So we try to keep it real formal and very friendly. We don't want any fighting in here. We'll send you outside to fight. So if there's no other questions for Mr. Delaville, we'll then bring up the community one at a time. You're going to state your name and your address, and then your questions, concerns, and then they'll take notes and they'll answer all your questions kind of at the end. So come on up if you're in favor or against, and then state your name and address, and we'll do one at a time.
I'm Megan Peardo, and I'm a property owner, 105 Swilcan Bridge Way. And I would like to present in opposition our petition. This is our signed petition by all of the residents, or all of the ones we could get in contact with. We, the undersigned residents and property owners in the surrounding area of the reference proposed zoning change of 94 DeLissa and 98 DeLissa, we hereby contest any change of the Land Development Code which would zone this specific property to any classification other than A1 agricultural. I have my petition here. The first point that we want to make is its gross misrepresentation of intent and disclosure to interested parties. We have been told there are 114 units. We've been told there's 43 units. We've been told there's 57 units. We don't know. Also, when they sent out their original notice for the open forum, they made it seem like it was way up next to White Oaks. It's not. It spans the length of Payne's Landing and the entire area of these 5 to 6 individual neighborhoods. The second high concern is we have a high concern for increased traffic and safety problems. The DeLissa Drive is a hidden entrance, and most of the White Oaks community does not use it currently. They try to, but they don't. They come out on Payne's Landing and they exit on 460, just like 90% of the Payne's Landing area. So the 2 exits that you see, Belvoir Park Drive and DeLissa, they will be heavily trafficked as you can see, I don't know why there wasn't a traffic study done. Can you answer that for me, please?
Yeah, it didn't meet the threshold.
It does, though. It does.
Not our ordinance.
For both exits?
Correct.
What about the second exit?
It doesn't meet the threshold for either.
The threshold?
100 peak hour trips is our threshold for requiring a traffic
Oh, there's
study.
more than 100 peak hour trips at all times of the day,
Well,
at the day.
there is
Especially if you're the very back unit, what they've proposed, number 57, that backs up to Belvedere Park Drive. You cannot tell me they're gonna go all the way up through the Regal Springs community and exit onto Lissa. They're not.
They don't count the trips from the existing neighborhood, so what they calculate is the number of trips generated by their development to meet the threshold.
But they need to.
Oh, no, it doesn't, it just doesn't meet it. So if it, either it does or it doesn't. So based on what you're saying.
It does, though.
It doesn't. And I mean, Joe, if you want to get up and explain the formula and the numbers, based on these 56 units, it doesn't meet the requirement of a traffic study.
Requirement for a zoning change, I think that may be the
Right.
Okay.
confusing.
I'll
So
move
anyways,
on
go ahead with
to,
your-
The next one that we would like to talk about is the feasibility of the development and the community impact. And we have that outlined in our petition. The fifth one is preservation and conservation of the wildlife habitats in the C1 conservation. There is a lot of wildlife. We've seen groundhogs, hawks. As he mentioned before, there's gray bats in the area, and fish on the creek. We've seen deers in the community. And the other gentleman that owns the other side of Elkhorn Creek, he also hunts there and houses his agricultural farmland and his cows. The sixth one we want to note is the increased demand for fire and police EMT. We already have a highly trafficked area, especially on 460. A lot of people don't know that the DeLissa Drive is even an entrance or an exit to the White Oaks community, so they wouldn't know that it is for the Regal Springs, even if they plan to expand the DeLissa Drive exitway. Again, I would like to submit our signed petition in opposition for this zoning change. The other questions we would like to ask are, what kind of environmental goals are there outlined to conserve and maintain the C1 conservation? Misrepresentation of how many units. You want your senior living residents to ride horses on a floodplain in that area. We didn't know that there was going to be private streets, and also along with the misrepresentation, we didn't know that there was also going to be a third entrance or exit. So we don't know where that's going to be put in our neighborhood. The capacity of our neighborhood as it sits right now is at 88% to 100% with the 5 to 6 neighborhoods. And we have the one Payne's Landing entrance, and that's where most of the EMT fire trucks go, even if they visit the White Oaks area. And then we also need to know if there's going to be floodplain insurance for the residents, or are they going to maintain that? They've said that they are going to build the units with basements and elevators for seniors. You saw on the outline, it has a second floor. I don't know many seniors that are going to want a second floor. Most of them are just going to want a one slab, just like how the White Oaks community is. I think that is pretty much it, and I will submit our petition to the commission.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on behalf or against?
Hi, my name's Caitlin Onan, and my address is 224 Payne's Landing Boulevard. My house is actually one that backs up to this current farm, and we live right in the crook up at the top. And first thing I would like to say is obvious environmental concerns on my behalf. I lived in Elkhorn Green before I moved back here, and our house backed up to the creek over there. And there were multiple times that my kids and I tried to venture down to the creek, but it was litter, all litter. I have pictures and videos on my phone. It's caked in everything from Christmas decor to old bikes. People don't take care of the creeks here. And as this is a floodplain, and it already has the sewer output into the creek from Payne's Landing and Canewood, it's already being littered. I have something written here for, right now that is a healthy part of Elkhorn Creek, but the rezoning and construction in this area could negatively impact the water, and it would eventually travel downstream. As an example, we have Lanes Run, which is a smaller part that branches off of North Elkhorn Creek. And this is just an example. So it has Windermere and Elkhorn Green, and it's the creek that runs in between it. It currently has E. coli because of obvious overbuilding around creeks in our community. They are very important, and we don't protect them enough. We don't, and we need to. And then there's multiple other points here, but I don't even want to read it. I just want you guys to know that that land, when we first bought our homes, along with many other people who, in our neighborhood, when we bought our homes, we backed up to a beautiful view. And we were told that the most that could ever be built on that land were 2 homes, 2 residential homes. It could be split into 2 5-acre lots, I think. I can't remember what exactly we were all told. But that's all we would have to worry about, which was fine. But when you come in and you want to build 1 story but with a loft, in our backyard 20 feet from our fence line, my backyard isn't even 20 feet deep. So 40 feet from my house, I'm going to have a huge duplex. Not to mention, if elderly people are downsizing, I doubt they want to go out and spend $500,000 on a property that sits next to a floodplain. I don't know, but that's all I have.
Thank you. Next person like to speak?
Hi, my name is Libby Cottle. I live on 228 Payne's Landing Boulevard. We back up to the farmland that they're proposing to build upon. I just had a couple questions that I wanted clarification in regards to. Joey, you mentioned a few times that there would be a buffer built, but you referenced Ward Hall. So is the buffer for Ward Hall or actually Payne's Landing? Okay.
White Oak.
So is there a buffer for Payne's Landing as well, or just White Oak?
I think throughout.
Yes, they're showing a buffer along that whole boundary between Payne's Landing and.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for clarification, Joe.
Yeah, so one other thing too, I want to make sure that everybody's aware of. In that farmland, there's a huge drain, and basically the water will build up and drain into the middle of that. So I'm not sure what's being proposed for that. That gives me concerns of flooding with the properties around it when they start manipulating that property and that big flood drain right in the middle of that farm. Another thing too, you know, it's all great and it sounds like a great aspect that you're presenting, but we already have issues with golf cart traffic, and I myself own a golf cart, but we do have a lot of traffic issues with golf carts, and their golf carts would actually have to come through our neighborhoods to get to the golf course. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a,
Next.
can I ask a,
Okay.
ask a quick question?
Mary.
So the drain you mentioned, I'm assuming it's the sinkhole. Is that where the amphitheater is? No. Okay. Where is the sinkhole on the drawing? I'm assuming it's a sinkhole that we're talking about. Okay.
It's a drainage comment.
Okay.
So anybody else want to speak? Because then we'll have the applicant come up and hopefully answer all the questions.
Ashley McKnight, I live at 220 Payne's Landing. Back of my house backs up to the farm property. that's being proposed for this zone change. I'd like to know what constitutes a buffer zone. Describe what is buffering.
So we'll have him answer that for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, make sure, I'm sure he's taking notes, so he'll come up and answer all the questions, hopefully. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up, sir.
My name's Bill Cross. I live at 127 Acorn Path, inside White Oak Village. I understand that the traffic study doesn't meet the requirements, but have you ever come down 460 and turned on DeLissa? The road is deteriorating now. There is no turn lane to get off the main road to turn into DeLissa. Supposedly, they're going to widen DeLissa and bring in concrete trucks and right there in the curb. And I have a big concern with the safety aspect of that. All 112 units, they're going to have 1 or 2 cars apiece. And just because it's a senior community doesn't mean that they sit at home all the time. Between White Oak traffic and the new proposal, there's going to be a lot of traffic coming out of DeLissa. There is a turn lane as you go towards town to turn left on DeLissa, but no right-hand turn lane to go into DeLissa from downtown. Their pool and clubhouse and parking lot, where it's proposed is right behind some of our buildings, and I have a concern that the neighbors are going to have a fit with the noise level. And then 1 tree every 30 feet doesn't put up much of a buffer. That's all I got.
Thank you. Anyone else going to speak or have any questions? Mr. Oster, come on up. I know that guy for a few years, actually. He's always causing trouble.
Thank you for the introduction.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm Larry Oster. I live at 119 Crystal Drive in White Oak Village. And the reason I'm here to speak tonight is I've got 2 major concerns. One of them has to do with the so-called flood area, and I'd like for them to go back and show the flood zone on the map again, please.
You might have to take that flash drive out, Joe. Oh, can you?
It's that dark line there.
Well, the red line makes it look a whole lot better.
I'm wondering if the temperature
There you
automatic
go, right there.
air is turned off.
Oh, that was it?
It's probably set on a timing, a timer.
Thank you.
Oh, why'd we turn the lights off?
So you can see. See,
No, they didn't do that on purpose, Mike. Can't be a motion sensor.
Joe mentioned earlier that the dark orange was the end of the floodplain. Is that correct? And then the yellow was something else. But I want you to know,
Matt?
approximately 6 or 7 houses right there that are going to be built right in that area. Okay? And when the gentleman came from the engineering department and came to us, talked to us at White Oak, he said this famous quote that I'm sure you all have heard if you've been around on the Planning and Zoning Commission. These structures will be built so that they sit 2 feet above the 100-year floodplain. If anybody's been on this commission, you've heard that many times. I'm one gentleman who had a representative by the name of Bruce Langford who came and spoke to you 40 years ago. Spoke to you about the development of Elkhorn Plaza Shopping Center. And at that time, our engineer, Mr. Tom Price, Lord rest his soul, came and we all said, Tom said to me before I started, Larry, the 100-year floodplain, if I believe my memory is correct, is at like 810 at my property. And he said, I would recommend to you that to be safe, we will build your buildings at 2 foot above the 100-year floodplain. I said, Tom, thank you for the information. That's exactly what we will do. So we built those buildings. And in 1997, you all remember, those buildings that were built to the 2 foot above the floodplain wound up with 2 foot of water in the buildings, which made them 4 feet above the 100-year floodplain. And at that time, we were all told the same thing that we're being told right here with this so-called yellow mark is, that's the 500-year flood that will never happen. Okay? At that same time, if you all will remember, behind Taco Bell, there were being duplexes built on the creek that were being framed up. And when the flood came in 97, they had basements in the bottom of them, and they also had a 4-foot mark that sits on the stud that was being framed up when the flood was over with. Those people were then allowed to purchase these properties. Nobody ever told them about the flood. None of the realtors ever decided to tell them about the flood. But if it does ever happen again, what will happen is these poor people, it'll start raining about 8 o'clock at night. They'll sleep during the night, and the rains will still continue. And the reason I say this, we had 11 inches of rain in 30 hours in 97. Well, what happens is we won't have to have 11 inches of rain anymore for places to flood. And what will happen to these people that bought these pieces of property, they will go to work in the morning at 8 o'clock like a normal day, and if the rain comes like it came and could come, they will come home at night and may wind up having water in the whole part of that house, not their basement. I'm talking about the main part of the house. And then our great situation was improved again about 10 years ago, when the people in Frankfurt, the Division of Water, that tell us that what they say is the word from God above, because they know everything. And they allowed the people who owned the piece of property next to Arby's to come in there and fill dirt like you've never seen it filled. It just came on trucking, rolling in. And at every time I spoke to them, Mr. Oser, that fill dirt will never affect the level of the creek. And I used to argue with him, sir, the creek is only X amount of feet wide. There's only X amount of feet at the bridge where you can go under the bridge. And that's all the water can go through there at one time. And since we filled all this up next to it, where do you think that water's going to go? It's going to back up because it can't go under the bridge. And so what happened was, it was not a year later. Back in 97, Arby's had 8 foot of water in it. In about 8 or 9 years ago, after they put all that fill dirt in, guess what Arby's got the next time we got a good 5-inch rain? 2 foot of water in their building. Now, how do I know that? And how do I know about how it affected me and didn't affect me? Back in 97, we elevated our buildings. Had people come in and raise them up with hydraulic jacks, put new concrete blocks underneath them, set them back down again, and then rebuild. The reason I know that I was lucky when Arby's got hit, I had an elevation mark which shows you where the old store was before we raised the block up 3 courses high to equal 2 feet. And guess where the water came to back when Arby's got hit? Right to that mark. So if we had left the buildings where they were, we'd have been down there again. And my concern is for these poor people that may purchase these houses and they don't know what they might be in for. That's my answer on the flood issue. My next has to do with traffic. Joe said, no traffic study needed just because of this site. Well, guess what? We've got 152 units that live in White Oak when it's completed, and we've only got room for another 18 units to be built. So we're pretty close to completion. What about us that have to come out that road? I know we're not part of this project, but we still do use the same blacktop. Take, for instance, an average of 1.5 cars per unit. We've got 225 when we're finished out. They're going to have 175. And now we got 400 cars coming and going on DeLissa, which after tonight is going to be made a little wider. It's not going to take the curve out of it. The curve's been there since the Bevins owned the land, since Noah built the ark. And I mean, you know, you talk about, we got to think about things now. We have a situation over on the east side of town where people have come in here and said traffic count may not affect them. But think about the mess that we have right now when you look at Chick-fil-A, Panera Bread, Culver's, and we even got First Watch here within the last 6 months. And we have one little light to take care of 3 people that come in from everywhere to get out that one light. And who are the 90% of the people that come there? Are the people that are coming off the interstate. Because the people that live in Georgetown that go there, we know we got to get out the way to get out. We got the back, we can go out the back way. But the average people off the interstate, I got to go in here. This is where my kid's hollering. He wants Chick-fil-A. We're going in. My kid wants to go to Culver's. Everybody going in there. But it's a heck of a mess to get out of. And so this is my concern about the fact of DeLissa. And I want to speak one other thing. They say they're going to be a gated community. Great. Guess what? I live in a gated community in Florida. We got the people. Push the button, you can go in. But we also have the people that don't have the push button to go in, which is the serviceman to come work on something for you. What he has to do is punch in your code, your phone rings, you push a button and let him in. Well, he can't figure out where you live. He doesn't know. They just told him to go to 119 Crystal Drive, which is my address. I don't know what the guy's name is. They just told me to go to this address. So what happens is you get people that get backed up at this gated community, plus you then have the gentleman who, or the lady who lives there, who's got that gate opener, and they're the 4th car in line. Guess what? Boom, hit that button. I want to get in, man. Get these people to go in here. The security that we talked about, it works, but some people get anxious and they don't want to wait. And so my concern there is if you got this gated community right there on DeLissa, you get about 10 cars and you'll be backed out to 460 before you know it. So these are the things that I would like for you to consider before you make a decision tonight. I understand about surveys. I understand about not needing them to have. But we also need to understand that there's some times when changes occur and we have to really seriously consider what we're going to do, which is going to affect other people, which are the people in White Oak, as well as these poor people that may buy houses in a flood zone and not even know anything about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oser. Anybody else like to speak? Sure, come on back up.
Just one thing I want you guys to consider too before making a decision is, before you change any kind of zoning for this property, I know they have presented their concept, but just as you had stated before, what if that concept changes in a year? Say they're not selling these properties, then they decide, well, we're going to just build $100,000, I don't know, townhouse and throw it out there. Then they would have that ability to do that. So I want to make sure you take that into consideration before you change any kind of zoning laws that, you know, this concept could potentially change because, as somebody else mentioned, $400 and $500 houses for elderly, you know, that's not, may not sell very well. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? And then we'll have if not, we'll have the applicant come up and answer. Oh, sure, come on up.
But I'm Caitlin Onanigan. It's in regards to the water runoff of the property that's being built. I know that the city is already struggling with runoff and stormwater, and I just have another, like, that's obviously a big concern. You're putting a ton of concrete with your walk paths and your cart paths and all your concrete right beside a creek that already naturally slopes down to Elkhorn Creek. So the natural flow of that land is actually stopping a lot of the runoff from that back already. So if you cover that with concrete, it's just gonna flow either straight into the creek, or where's your storm drains going? Where are they going? Are they going straight to the creek? Because we already have storm drains that lead out to our creek in Payne's Landing and Canewood as well. So that is my final thing. And then also the traffic, just adding on, it might not meet the threshold, but in rush hour when you're trying to pull out on 460 and you're backed up, and at the entrance of Payne Landing we have those big rock things, and you can barely see what's coming from the Frankfurt side. You have to practically be in the road to see safely already, and you're adding in, like they said, however many, 112 cars with gated communities. They're not all going to wait on DeLissa. They're going to go through our neighborhood. And their third, it's just so unknown. Their project seems so unknown. The details aren't set in stone, and it's very uncomfortable for the people who already live there. And that's all that I have.
Thank you.
Sorry, Megan Peridot again, 105 Spokane Bridgeway. I don't think it's mentioned, but this DeLissa Drive is a hidden entrance right now. A lot of people pass it up, and then the only entrance would be 460, so that would be the entrance. So, you know, take that into consideration too. All these EMT, firefighters, you know, ambulances, delivery drivers, they're gonna pass that entrance up. They already do when they go deliver to White Oaks area as is. So they're gonna be in our neighborhood. You mentioned the golf carts. We have members in our neighborhood that can't even get a golf club membership, and they back up to the golf course, I'm sorry. And the other thing that I wanna make a concern for is 112 units are gonna make an entrance and exit on DeLissa. So, you know, that's one exit plus all of the White Oaks that are already existing there. So that's technically only one, not two, like it's stated, even though there is a second one in the back. They're gonna try to come out the back. You can't tell me that they're not gonna come out Belvedere Park Drive. And then when they come out Belvedere Park Drive, they're gonna have to go around that roundabout and exit the same way. 90% of the people exit Payne's Landing in Canewood. This is a 5 to 6 development neighborhood, and we have one exit. Every 2 to 3 weeks, if there was a traffic study done, I know there wasn't, but there's a wreck on 460 every 2 to 3 weeks, like clockwork. And that's because of the existing development at the 88 to 100%. I don't know how sticking 112 more residents is not going to impact 460, because it is. And it's 55 through there. If they do use DeLissa Drive, it's harder to go towards Lexington and, you know, turn at, I can't remember what that main road is there. But when you're heading towards Lexington, It will be, what is it? Yes, when you go towards 62, towards Lexington. There's no way a senior's gonna be like, oh, and then they miss the turn, so then they're gonna have to go around the bypass. But please take that into high consideration. We have mature trees, we have fences. That yellow line, everyone backs up to it. So it's White Oaks residents and all of Payne's Landing. There's developers, there's about 5 to 6 developers that have tried to develop in this area, and they have backed out because it is too difficult to build single-family homes. This is supposed to be 2-story senior living on a floodplain. The property of the farmland drops off. Like you said earlier, the water drains this way down the farmland. So it is an issue, even in our backyards as it sits. So please consider that as is. When it's A1 agricultural farmland, no one has to maintain a C1 conservation. So we have concerns of how are they gonna conserve it? You know, are you gonna have fish and wildlife come in so they're not overfishing in the area? You know, we don't know that. That's a concern too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Come on up, dear, and state your name and address.
I'm Gretchen Swords, and I live on 115 DeLissa Drive. And I just want to say that this land is going to be sold. We are not going to be able to keep this land as agricultural. That's just a fact of life in Scott County. And this development would be much better than having a subdivision or rental property built on it, where you have lots more children, dogs, golf carts, bicycles, so forth. I know no one wants to lose the beautiful view that we have of the farmland and the creek. But this is a much better alternative than what we will face if it is not passed.
Thank you, Mrs. Swords. Anyone else want to speak? If that's it, then I'm going to bring the applicant or the attorney back up to answer hopefully all the questions you have. And if either any of them miss it, we'll bring y'all back up and ask it.
I'm not a very good note taker, but I'll try to address those that stuck out to me.
State your name again, Mr.
Harold
Sims.
Sims, attorney for the applicant. The very first item that I would like to address is the allegation of gross misrepresentation of intents and the numbers. That I can't see how anything could be further from the truth. We have published and sent letters, and the signs have been up. Now, when we met with these people, we had previously had an application or some thought that our project was going to be R3. Before we even had our meeting on the site, we had changed it to R2. R2, by its very definition, is 12 units per acre. Our project is 3.8 units per acre. White Oak is more dense than we are. Payne's Landing is more dense than we are. This is the least dense of all the surrounding areas. We told these, some people may have gotten building units, duplex units mixed up with actual residences. So if there's 56 duplexes, there's going to be 112. I've heard Ms. Peridot speak of 57 and 112. That's close to being the difference on talking about a duplex versus talking about the number of residences. We have, from the outset, we have told people what we were doing. We've broken it down. So I don't know where they got their information about the number of units, but our project is,
And we can't have, screaming and shouting. We gave you your turn, let him have his, and then
I'll
we'll
try to
bring you
get
up
through
if
this
you want to
as
have more
quick as I can.
questions or want to.
But there were, the idea with the traffic study that by the planning standards, we didn't have to do anything, but our people did a study and provided, it didn't meet the standards of the traffic study that is triggered when you have to do one, when you're over 100 units. But we did do one, and it met the criteria to satisfy the staff that this was not going to be a problem. This is while I'm not going to suggest that the senior citizens stay home all day and just go out ever so often, it is a senior living community, and that they don't travel at the same peak times that the guys that get up and go to work every morning do. They have a little bit of different schedule. So while there will be X number of traffic trips per day for most people that are there, they don't always come at the peak times. I think that the suggestion that everybody's going to go out DeLissa is probably incorrect. There probably will be some people on the back end of the project will take advantage of the second exit, use their gated entry, and go out that way. But what's not going to happen is with the gated entry is we're not going to have people cutting through Regal Springs from Canewood and from White Oak to get onto our property to go out to DeLissa. So I think the idea that the traffic impact is, I think people are concerned about the Payne's Landing, and that seems to me to be a combination of problems, not just the impact that this project will bring to it. If there's an issue there was an issue that was existed before we got there. There's traffic concerns there. I don't think our project is contributing to it as the staff's review of what the traffic study we gave them show. We have worked with, in terms of the flood zone. I'm going to let our engineer, who has a specialty in hydrology and flood zones, speak on that issue. But I will tell you that the idea that somebody's going to not know there's flood zones there, it means that there's realtors and home buyers that aren't doing their due diligence. This plat, the recorded plat, will very clearly show what where the floodplain is in connection to the home you're getting ready to buy. So if you're concerned about that, if that's an issue for you, if you don't think that you're far enough away from that zone, you'll know it when you look at your plat. You have to do some due diligence. You might have to ask your realtor. They might have to go grab a plat and bring it to you, but there is a way to find out. There shouldn't be any surprises about where the floodplains are in connection with a home you're getting ready to buy. The idea of the buffer zone, I think, between White Oak and Payne's Landing and this project, I think I heard staff say that under the ordinance, there is no mandated buffer zone. Is that correct? Yet our project is proposing to do a buffer with not only a horse farm fence, but a diamond mesh barrier to protect pets on that side from working their way onto our side and small animals on our farm or our project getting over to their side. And then trees to provide some extra screening. That's above and beyond anything in the ordinance. We're doing that because we think it's the right thing to do to provide some barrier and some buffer. Under the ordinance, what we have to do as an applicant preparing a plan, we didn't have to provide any because we were two similarly related uses meeting each other. So I think the applicants have taken a look at a potential problem and done their best to provide some buffering. All this will be thoroughly reviewed and analyzed as we bring in the preliminary development plan, we move forward with the final development plans. All these matters are brought before staff. Staff has an opportunity to review them. You will have an opportunity to review them. So the idea that we're going to present a concept plan and change it, Joe added one of the conditions he added today is that the preliminary and final development plans will follow the concept plan. Now, there may be minor changes that are accommodated because we want to move this street up out of that zone a little bit, and small things like that, staff gets to make a ruling on, but he wanted to make sure that our project gets built as we described it tonight when we made our zone change. So there's the proposal that we have some kind of bait and switch going for you here is not accurate. These people are going above and beyond what's required in the ordinance from the beginning, and the staff is going to hold our feet to the fire on doing what we said we were going to do. I think at this point in time, because there was a lot of discussion about the floodplain and how that water might work, I'm going to ask Jihad to come up and speak that. He's an engineer with a specialty in floodplain management.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Jihad Hallani with Vision Engineering, 128 East Renner Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40517. So on the floodplain is that as per the concept plans that we have developed, there will not be any structure located within the 100-year floodplain. And what's the 100-year floodplain? I mean, FEMA is defined by federal agency. They go through a very thorough survey, hydrology, hydraulics, and very detailed study to outline the boundary of the floodplain, to delineate it from X and Y, and to define what's the elevation of the floodplain. And this is based on a 100-year storm event. So it's an average is once every 100 years, and that storm event. That's the basic of it. For Scott County, for example, what's the 100-year? A 100-year is generated based on 100-year storm. Within 24 hours, you should get approximately 6.8 inch of rain within 24 hours. That's what's entitled a 100-year storm event. And based on that 100-year storm event, it's going to generate X amount of flow through that creek, and that elevation will define the boundary and the elevation of the floodplain. So in our concept plan, none of the structure are located within the 100-year floodplain, either horizontally or vertically. And to be on the safer side, we are defining that every finished floor elevation on this proposal is going to be 2 feet above the 100-year floodplain. And given the steep terrain that we have, so basically it's going to be on majority of the site, the 100-year floodplain is going to be within the steep slope. It's not going to make it even to the surface plateau except at the west side of the property. So the 100-year storm event is based on 6.8 inches. So when you get bigger storm, 11 inches, so you're talking about this is a humongous storm event that nobody can design for it, nobody can anticipate it. So that's what's on the floodplain.
Jihad, before you answer another, so is the red the 100-year plane?
Yes, sir.
And then the gold is the 500-year plane?
Correct.
And how many inches of rain is a 500-year?
500 years is approximately 8.5 inch.
So not much more.
Not much more, yes, sir. And then FEMA right now even regulate another storm, they call it 100-year plus. What does it mean? The plus mean like assuming all the soil is totally saturated, and then you are hit with a 100-year storm of 6.8 inches, what's going to be the elevation? Gotcha. Which is different than the regular 100-year, because in the 100-year assumption is that the soil can absorb some of the rain, and then the rest will be runoff. And the 100-year plus, they're assuming basically. It's almost everything like impervious area to a certain extent. That's on the floodplain. And then also, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the site, we are closer to the creek. So the other residents, they are higher elevation. So they are draining on us. So we're not draining on them. They are the one who's draining on us. So if you're talking about there's some drainage, so we have to take their drainage, route it through our development and drain it to the creek or through any stormwater management that the manual address from quantity and quality and the groundwater recharges. So this will be designed and developed during basically the detailed final development plan and construction plan that staff will have to review and make sure that we meet this regulation. So that's addressed the drainage that's coming to our site. And on the traffic study, as not only Scott County, almost every town in Lexington define every town in Kentucky define 100 trip as a threshold. So it's not only this is a local requirement, this is more like a broad requirement. And then a traffic study is required. As you know, on every zone change, traffic and drainage are the main issues that people want to have a concern about. So we went ahead, the developer asked us to go ahead, and Glenn asked us to go ahead and develop a traffic study, and we did traffic study. So based on that site, and which is the comprehensive plan, called it as residential, and this is in agreement 100% with the comprehensive plan. Out of the residential use, senior housing is the one that produced the least amount of traffic, not only in triple generation, but also the peak of senior housing is different than the peaks than any other residential or commercial development it does. So, and second, so not only it's the least amount, also the peak, it's not the same peak as the residential area around us, even though we look at it at the same peak occurring like the older residential around us. And then the second thing I want to forget on the traffic is that we also look in the traffic study, we looked into accident. And then in 5 years accident, this is coming from the state, there was only 22 accidents in that area. And then this is equivalent to less than 48% lower than the Kentucky statewide average on similar roadway to that roadway. So based on that, there's only 22 accidents, and we have the study with the accident report coming from the police, which it's part of the traffic studies that we have. And we'll go back also on density. I understand the density is approximately 3.8 unit or 3-point-something unit per acre for R2. But if you look at the whole project itself that's presented to you between conservation and residential, the density actually is 2. We cannot take credit for the conservation, but as a whole project itself, in front of you, it's like 2 units per acre, almost half of what's around us from residential development. So the bottom line is that the bottom line is that this project over here, it's taking into consideration an agreement with the comprehensive plan, respecting the floodplain, respecting the steep terrain, and providing a development that has a low density, and also that development has the least impact on traffic on the adjoining, on the existing infrastructure. And if there's any question, I'll be glad to. And if you want me, I can go through the traffic study in detail.
Any questions for Jihad? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Delaval, you speaking? Okay, good. Sure, go ahead.
And regarding the concern of stacking, that's a great concern, and I agree with that comment. But during when we come for the preliminary development plan and final development, we will make sure we have enough stacking within our site so it does not spill into the Lissa Drive. So the stacking will occur within the site itself. So this is something we can address at the final development plan because it's a great comment. Thank you.
I'm Glenn Delaval. I'm here. I'm here because I just want to make it brief because it's a late night. I know we all, I want to just for the record, cite some facts to make sure it's clear, if I may. Number one is, I'm sorry. I made every effort to contact both of my neighbors in detail. We contacted the agent for the larger subdivision next to us. We contacted the president of Willow Oak. And if somebody would have came to our meeting that we had at our barn, 90% of that thing would have been, they would understand the fact. So I want to set the facts straight, just real quickly. Number one is that everybody said we are not required to put any zoning, any buffer in at all. We know that because we think the project and the residents of Georgetown deserve something that's very nice and eloquently done, number one. Number two is the opportunity about the street. If there's so much concern about this street, I don't know why White Oak didn't fix it when they moved in, or the other developer, if they were that concerned about the safety of it. Number three is, the gentleman's absolutely correct. I manage 5 other senior communities, and there is a gate problem. And at this facility, in our clubhouse, the manager will have a TV camera, not only for security reasons, but also to help people like that and say, may I help you? Let me let you in. I'll tell you the unit number, where it'll be. So he is correct, that does happen. And number three is somebody mentioned about the gate. Our gate is a smart gate. Your fire department, I've talked to your fire chief and to your trash people, and they have a code in their truck that opens every gate around. It's automatic. So that we've already applied, we've already included that in our situation. The pool location, if you look at it, is, I don't know how wild we're going to get over there, but it's pretty far away from the closest house. It's, I would say, what would you say, Mark? At least 1,500 feet or more, wouldn't you think? From our club. And the pool and the noise and everything is really on the, if you notice, is on the riverside. So it's not next to our neighbor. In fact, if you look at our original intention of this, and I will finish with this, we actually put a little bend in our road to actually take the main traffic away from our neighbor, get a little further away from them, just for that particular reason of noise. The facts are, we've always had 112 units on this property, wherever that detail is. I am in the phone book, and we've had the zoning documents with the zoning commission with them. The zoning commission received several calls. We provided the zoning staff with kind of a letter that they could send out to people and really know what was going on. And we thought that we really did the best we could with that. So I just want to clear the facts. Not every unit on this property is a basement unit because it's not contiguous to that because of the slope and the ramp and all this stuff, number one. Some of our residents are going to put some of our people who want that, who want to maybe put a room upstairs, will have the option to put an elevator in. Not every unit's going to have, that's an option. And we will, when we do the our builder will know which units are going to be basement lots and which are not. My last point is, I don't know what the people are doing living in South Carolina, living next to the ocean, making a buying decision to live there. All of us make that. And it is here. I respect my neighbors. I respect their comment, but I want to make sure the facts are there and true. And if I need to have a community meeting with their community, I'm willing to come to them and their boards and even get more details we get further down the road as we continue. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a picture that shows where the barrier is? Was there some question about whether it would be with White Oak and Payne's Landing?
Yeah, it's actually a dotted line, isn't it, Joe? It's on yours, I think.
There's so many dotted lines on this.
It's hard to say. Yes, ma'am, I know. Anyway, so we've got that.
I thought it might be more visual there.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Delaval?
Okay.
An opening. Okay. I guess I'll open it back to the community in case there was questions that weren't answered. Please go back up to the microphone. Again, state your name. And the reason we keep having you state your name is this is recorded, and then we try to transfer that to a transcript for the minutes. So that's why it's a little repetitious.
Yes, it's Megan Peridot, 105 Swillcan Bridgeway. We have right here where this was sent out to us on September 25th, it says 43 residential duplex lots. So that is a discrepancy. with, and this also was for the open forum. A lot of people did not show up to the open forum because they thought it was up closer to White Oaks. They did not understand that it spans the whole length of Payne's Landing, the entire neighborhood, from DeLissa all the way back to Iverness Drive. He also said that the residents would not all exit from DeLissa Drive, that they would use the Belvedere Park. That's that bend right there, that U bend.
Right.
So they will go around the roundabout, like I have said probably 3 times now, around the roundabout, out Payne's Landing, the way all of our 90% of our subdivisions exit. That is our only entrance and exit. It is only a right and an immediate left. So it's only a 2-lane, or 2 cars enter and exit. So with that being said, there should be a traffic study done because our neighborhood, as they mentioned before, it's an R2 residential. We have peak hours at all times of the day, from 6 a.m. in the morning to 9 p.m. at night. Sometimes it will take 15 to 20 minutes to get out of our neighborhood as it sits right now. That is without this Regal Springs senior living community. And they will bring 1.5 cars, probably they're double cars, or
What
double
time of the day
garages.
does it take 20 minutes to get out of your subdivision?
6 a.m. I've been late to work, not on my commute.
6 a.m.?
Yes.
It takes you 20 minutes to get out of
Yes.
your subdivision?
Yes.
I may be coming there at 6 a.m. and check that out, because I don't think there's a subdivision in town that takes
No,
20
I
minutes to
mean-
get out.
All of the other residents, they will back me on that. I mean, we get stuck behind school buses. The school bus will stop at every single stop, so that's another issue.
I had school
That's
buses
not
in my
even-
neighborhood, and it is what it is.
That's not even fire EMT. There will be more fire EMT with senior living. With the misrepresentation, I would like you all to see this because a lot of people did not show up. They told me directly that this doesn't affect the neighborhood when it spans all the way from DeLissa back to Iverness. There's people in Iverness that will be able to see units from their backyard, 25 feet from the property line. Also, another misrepresentation is he did not know that he owned the fence, the farm fence that is existing. That yellow line barrier all the way from the entrance is the farm fence. So all of these people that are building basement lots, they might have put money down on a lot. They don't even know that there possibly could be rezoned and put Regal Springs Senior Living Community on it. I'm talking about that, the empty space right there.
Who was the he
Where
you
the-
were, you said he didn't know who was the he you were?
No, all of those empty lots right there.
Right.
You'd have to point at this map. We
Yeah,
can't see
can't
that
see that.
map over there.
All of these empty lots right here
Right.
have not been broke ground on. So people have put money down on houses, that they don't know that this could be a development, and that could be 25 feet from their property line. The developers that are developing that are struggling as is because it's so steep, because they have to build it up. If they build up this farmland with dirt, like the gentleman said, when you fill in dirt, it's gonna flood. All of the water runs off the farm this way. So that 25 acres that's in that little, well, I'll show you. This 25 acres right here, the water runs downstream, and that's the same thing. This is probably the steepest point of the whole property right here. So you all need to
But they're not building.
be aware of that. That's where the water runs. Okay, I think that's all I had. But I do want you all to see this. We've been told that it was further up with White Oaks. Some people thought it was an extension of White Oaks. I said, no, this is a totally different community and a totally different developer and builder. So they did misrepresentation. We didn't know if they would all have basements or not, but with it being as steep as it is, the water runoff is all the way down. It's gonna go all the way down to these houses that have already been built. And I don't know, I think they're number 2 on the sewer list, and that could be a potential for a delay in building. Another concern we have is, like I said before, there's been 5 or 6 residential builders that have backed out of this neighborhood because they did not know how to develop this land. With him being, this is his first senior living at this capacity, that's a major issue. If we've had 5 or 6 builders that are just single-family homes, these are all obviously a little bit bigger, and 57 units. That's a lot for a first-time builder for this capacity. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does council want to see these documents?
If you want to give them to Mr. Stone there, and he can pass them down, and we can kind of each look at them. Thank you. Ma'am, go ahead and speak, and then Mr. Cornett will have you up next.
My name is Virginia Teague. I live at 103 Crystal Drive in White Oak. I recognize that this development falls within the existing comp plan, but I do want to correct one thing. The very first notice that White Oak got from the developer on this said 150 units mixed between quads and duplexes. So that's 3 different.
So it's been all over the place.
It's been all over the place. But I recognize that it fits the design of the plan.
Right.
But, and
I mean, it can still change, I think.
I'm not crazy about the snarky comment about why didn't the people building DeLissa do something about DeLissa? Yeah. That's a little out of line, sir, and I hope you'll apologize. The DeLissa works fine when it's for White Oak. Yeah. Our concern is White Oak plus Regal Springs.
I understand. I've traveled the Lista, so I do know the road. Thank you. Mr. Cornett, come on up.
I'm Roy Cornett. My brother Robert and I own the property. We bought it in the fall of 2013. Didn't have any particular plans other than we felt like it was a good investment. Yes, we've had a lot of people approach us about potentially doing something on the property. No, we have not entered into an agreement with anybody except Mr. Delaval. And I vetted Mr. Delaval out pretty severely. He passed with amazing, I must say, watching him and his staff, I'm very impressed with what they've put together. I think Robert and I chose wisely on who we decided to go with. Because we are a longtime citizen of Georgetown. We wanted this development to be something we as Cornetts could be proud of, and I think we've done a good job with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornett. Anyone else want to speak? I think this is your 3rd, maybe 4th trip up.
3rd. Because my question was not answered. I'm
Oh, you're
Caitlin
fine.
Onan, 224 Paynes Landing Boulevard. And my concern was the water runoff. Someone made a comment, I think it was the engineer actually, that said what they're building would be catching our water from current since it's sloped down. So that was my entire point of bringing it up. Yes, the new place will be catching everything. So that runoff, instead of being broken up by farmland and soaked up into the dirt, it will just be going straight down a concrete slope into the creek. And then also, I wanted to make a point. Someone else said that the land will eventually be sold, so we might as well just be happy with this, but I don't agree with that. I agree that it might be sold, but it's currently zoned the way it should be. Whenever everyone bought their homes, we thought that we were backing up to something that the most we would ever have to worry about were 2 homes popping up behind us. Someone buying 5 acres here, someone buying 5 acres there, and that's all we would have to worry about because that's how it was zoned. But now.
And it was, I'll share this with everybody because I've been on this commission almost 7 years. And when you're in the county, there's a 5-acre minimum for one house. This isn't in the county. This is in the city limits. So unfortunately, and we have realtors say what their customers want to hear. Sometimes they'll tell you, hey, you'll never have anything behind you between, your house and the creek. Now, I've had and heard many realtors tell these people that come to us, And we were told nothing will ever be built behind us, and unless,
People lie. at the end
right,
of the day.
and unless it's conservative land, conservation land that's deemed conservation, maybe as a part of a cluster development where it absolutely has to stay conservation, there's those promises, you know, they're just lies to sell homes. And I hate to say that, because realtors aren't all bad, but I know I've heard many, many people come to us and say, we were told that nothing will ever be built behind us. And as most of you know, we're the fastest growing county in the state of Kentucky.
And that's
Mr.
another
Chairman,
con-
if
but
I,
that also-
excuse me, if I could just point one thing. The same thing was said to people in Indian Hills.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I
I've
mean,
heard it over,
Indian
I've been here
Hills.
7 years.
I mean-
and I've heard it many a
I
time.
mean, that was 40 years ago, and people were told, you're gonna have beautiful farmland behind you from now on. Well, of course, that's not true. It's based on the comprehensive plan, and if you don't look there, you're not gonna have accurate information. And that gets reviewed every 5 years
Well,
and updated.
If you remember, a year ago, we had somebody who lived near Toyota, and they said, oh, we were told nothing will ever be built behind us, and it was between Toyota and their
I mean,
farm.
look at Toyota for Toyota itself.
Yeah,
who
so it is
everyone-
very, very unfortunate that realtors or developers will tell you one thing, and,
And sometimes it's not even intentionally lied.
right,
Some
and
economic
right,
conditions
it could be
change around it. I mean,
misunderstood, it could be.
Nobody's getting rich farming, right? So sometimes
And
economic,
I guess the biggest concern that comes with that is like, obviously, we all knew it was gonna be sold one day. He had a for sale sign there forever. A lot of us even talked about pitching in and buying the part that backed up to our homes, but he wouldn't let us.
If you could have gave him the right amount of money, he would have sold it.
We tried, but he said it.
I know, Roy.
He said he wanted to.
Everything's for sale.
Build back there. He said he wanted to build back there, and whatever. My biggest point to you guys is I hear Alice when I'm on my back porch at night. We have families of Alice and those huge oak trees. We have a creek that, like I said a million times, it slopes straight into it, and we do not care for our water in this community like we should. We're constantly throwing concrete on the ground. We don't have grocery stores that can even really sustain our city as it is. Like, we're growing so fast, like you guys have said, but where's the grocery stores? Walmart and Kroger are always slam-packed. It's impossible to get in. If you're throwing concrete down to house more people, there needs to be a bigger plan, is all.
Thank you. And I know just for my last home, we had a pond behind, we had fields, and I used to love watching the deer and the geese fly in, and then the developer bought it, because I didn't, and they built on it. And it did upset me that there were homes being built where before I could see wonderful wildlife, and it is what it is. And I always use a term called NIMBY, not in my backyard, and we do get a lot of times communities coming out because they don't want something built behind them. And it is unfortunate. We're a growing community, as you all know. And unless you buy it yourself, and there's always a price on everything, you just keep adding dollars to it, somebody will eventually sell it to you. If you don't buy it, then the opportunity is there for somebody to build or develop it. So, yep, Ms. Singer, go ahead.
Will they answer my water runoff question about are they pushing it into the creek? or
Yeah,
where-
Jihad, you want to comment to that again?
It's not pushing.
No, it's natural flow.
Take out whatever dirt it runs in between.
Go ahead, Jihad.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I understand the question, to be honest with you.
I think what she's asking is will the water go into the creek? Will it be through storm, drainage, so forth?
Yes, sir. All the storm within our site, the street is going to be curb and gutters, which is be collected into storm drainage, and then it goes into multiple of location where we have surface detention and water quality and groundwater recharge, and then it drain into basically the creek.
Did that answer your question, I hope?
So you're gonna build your own storm drainage system on the property that filters out? So we don't
Correct.
have to-
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If they hold their part of it, because they said a lot, so that would,
All right, thank you.
that a lot of good.
Any more comments, questions?
I have a question.
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Singer, I'm sorry.
Okay. I heard that, David. Snicker. You thought without my voice I wouldn't say as much, right? This one's quick. I think it's simple. So the horse paddocks, since it will be annexed into the city, can you have horses in the city limits? I just wanted to make sure at least the developers were,
great
you know, if it's annexed, I'm not sure you could actually have horses there.
Yeah, I don't know that answer.
Okay.
I mean, I know you can't have certain livestock.
I don't know if horses are included or not. I don't know.
There's horses in
What? I'm sorry?
Say in Kentucky, you
Does
can
it
have
say
horses
points
anywhere
like
there.
that?
We can't have separate conversation. I'm hearing conversation.
I just wanted to make sure there was
Yeah,
some
Joe, if you
awareness
want to get
about
up there.
potential issues.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Would have to check on that. I know
So
there
that
are
would be-
farms, but probably in ag zoned county islands.
Yeah.
So I know there's a livestock ordinance, but it is going to be zone C1, that area, so it's not
Yeah.
zone residential. So
Maybe
I'll
horses
have
are
to,
allowed in city.
I'll have to check on
Thank
that
you
before
for
it
the
gets to.
question. Thank you for the answer. Charlie, you have a question?
I don't have a question, I've got a few comments.
Go
I'd
for
like
it,
to make.
please.
To all of you in the audience, I really appreciate you all being here, and I hope you don't think that we sit up here and already got our minds made up and gonna make a quick decision here. But I would like to cover several items. Joe's already covered the view, shame on realtors for saying, you know, this will be your view forever. Jihad, the traffic out on Paynes Depot or on the Frankfurt Pike, I live right off of Paynes Depot. I can look out my front door and look right down Frankfurt Pike. And there are more than 22 accidents out there. There are fire trucks and ambulances going out there multiple times a day. But folks, that traffic in Georgetown is gonna be a problem from now on. You know, from the time they built Walmart out there to the Kroger development, I mean, it's been a problem. Toyota letting out and all that traffic coming through town. And we put the bypasses in to help alleviate that and it helps some, but there's still gonna be problems with traffic. That's just the way it is. Mr. Oser talked about living in White Oak there. And if people live in the middle of White Oak, if they've got to come to Georgetown, they're gonna probably come out to Lessa Drive. If they're going to Frankfurt, they're gonna go the other way and come out through Paynes Landing. So those folks are affecting Paynes Landing, their road there too. And it's just the way we do things. We take the easiest route. And so we're gonna have to deal with that.
Consider a light at Kings Landing?
That is a state road, and the city can apply to the state and ask them to study that. And it took forever to get that extra light passed between Kroger and Paynes Depot. It takes a while, but it's not our responsibility. The city can ask them to do a study and to put a light in there, but unfortunately, it's not a city street or a county road, it's a state road, and they determine.
How many accidents did you count?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. The drainage problem, we hear that about every other development that comes in. And folks, there'll be less water runoff at the rate that's going in Elkhorn Creek now. It'll be at a lesser rate with this development because they have to control it. They're legally bound to control it, where the farm, you just have the runoff. Your developers in Canewood and Paynes Landing had to do the same thing. They had to slow the water down coming off the streets. And so these guys are gonna have to do the same thing. It's gonna have to be slowed down. A couple of things that were mentioned, the litter and the golf carts. I don't think those seniors out there are gonna be littering if there's litter there now, it's probably not from the seniors that live around there, realistically, if you look at it. I deliver Meals on Wheels and go into Paynes Landing and Canewood, and there's some teenagers and less than teenagers driving golf carts down the middle of the streets. And so I think that should be more of your concern than seniors driving golf courts.
They're driving through the seniors.
Yeah. And again, overfishing. I don't think these seniors are gonna be overfishing Elkhorn Creek. It's probably gonna be someone else that's living back there now, you know, younger folks that may be doing that. Those seniors get out there and fish every now and then. Probably a lot of them will be a catch and release. So I hear your concerns, and I appreciate you taking the time to sit here for over 3 hours and let us know what you're thinking, and we take that in. And just because if we should happen to approve it, it's not because we don't believe you. We've been asked by the mayor and the county judge executive to do what's best for the county and to take care of the land. That's what the mayor told me when he appointed this. You know, you don't want Mr. Cornett to develop this land. It can't sit there forever. It's going to be developed, like Gretchen said. It's the best option that we could have. And is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are problems with this development, with traffic and you know, the location of it. It's bottlenecked in there, but
I think
is
with
it a
any
viable
development-
option?
With any
Yeah, it's
development, we always hear more traffic, absolutely more traffic. It
it's
could be
gonna be.
10 houses, and we've had that on other developments. It was at Whispering Oak, 26 homes. Well, we had many neighbors come out and go, gosh, more traffic on Ironworks. So whether it's 10 houses, 26 homes, or in this case, 112 condo units, there's always going to be.
How much receptivity is it to the suggestion that you find a different way to approach the traffic than what's in this plan? How receptive are you to those suggestions?
Well,
That's what
we're
That's
always
fine,
open. Go
yeah.
ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are. We're always open to suggestions and asking them to do different things. But, you know, how else are you gonna get in and out of this place right here?
Well, I'll be honest, if I were to buy a home, and I can't afford a $450,000 home, but if I were to move into one of those homes, I think 95% of the time, I'd be taking DeLissa. I don't know if I would ever cut through White Oak or Canewood, because why would I drive to almost clear back the subdivision and then kind of wind through your subdivision to get out through your exit? I mean,
Only exit, sir. It's the only other exit.
No, it's not. I hate to,
It's the only other exit besides the list. Yes, it is.
well, we required,
oh, yeah, this one, I'm sorry, but you said you only had one exit out of your subdivision.
We do.
But no, you can go over and come out through Canewood also.
Through another neighborhood?
well, you're saying this one's gonna do the same thing, so.
So,
what's the
but you
difference?
have that option, you know.
Canewood comes to ours too. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying, is it goes both ways. So, yeah, all right. Well, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
we shouldn't be having all these, we should be using the podium, but, any other questions, comments, thoughts, concerns by the commission, applicant, community? If not, I think I'll entertain a motion.
My comment would be to listen to Mr. Oser that, better safe than sorry. If you're building near a floodplain, they want you to be 2 feet out of it, go 3 feet or 4 feet.
Absolutely.
And it'll save you a lot of money down the road and a lot of frustration.
I mean, I do have my concerns, Stephen. The lot number 20, 21, and 22 seem to be the closest to the flood line. And if I were buying those particular homes on that far, I guess it'd be the north end of the property, I might be a little concerned. But as a former banker, You know, we also look at the plats, we look at the appraisal, we look if on the appraisal, any of the structures in a flood zone, and none of these structures, even the furthest north, which it looks like Unit 20, it's just outside that floodplain. Now, would I be concerned as a buyer? Maybe. But you have to rely on the realtors, the bankers, the attorneys, who are gonna look at that plat, look at the survey, and make sure that it's either is or isn't in a floodplain. And none of these structures are in a floodplain based on the map lines. So you gotta keep that in mind. And you know what? If house number 20 or 21 or 22 end up taking on water, Mr. Oster has a great point. It can happen, because he was told 2 feet and it came up 4. So I wasn't here for 97, but I was here for I think it was 2011 flood that he took on.
People in the very back of Avernus, they've seen it as high as the farm fence, the water.
Yeah.
I'm not lying about that. They
Well,
told me.
and as a buyer, that's something they're gonna have to take
The
either
whole length
a
of the
risk or a
line.
chance on. So, all right. I need more discussion or comments by the commission. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Points would be the same thing that's been mentioned before tonight, that this could easily be 12 units per acre, and instead we're talking about 3.8. 3.8,
3.4?
3.4,
Sorry.
3.5.
There you go.
I think this is probably the least amount of traffic that you're going to generate from a development versus anything else that would come in there. But I think we need to make some kind of a note that should DeLissa Drive fail, that if it fails, I think that it needs to be rebuilt to better standards. And if it becomes a problem, then I think it should be Regal Springs' responsibility to widen the entrance at the end of DeLissa Drive, and make it right as it stands right now. It's only 2 lanes. There's if you get to the end of the drive, you're either going right or left. There is no dedicated left turn lane there, so it'd have to be widened out in order to have a dedicated left turn lane, and then that would leave another lane if people want to go right. Maybe you wouldn't get backed up in that, and it would also allow a lot more room for people that are entering the White Oak or Regal Springs. I know it would be an inconvenience and a fair amount of work to change the end of DeLissa right now, but I think right now, when this development is going on, I think it's time to do it. And that would be,
I'm sorry. I was gonna ask, by failed, you mean X seconds traffic backup additional, or?
well, there are multiple ways it could fail. It could fail by not carrying the traffic, and you can fail by actually physically failing from construction traffic.
I was just thinking, we put something in there, we'd probably have to put some criteria around it. Yes or no?
What about asking the developer to go ahead and upgrade the DeLissa Drive out to 460?
Well, that'll be done, if at all, at the plan stage, not at.
Not
zone
not-
change.
Gotcha.
This is a zone change, right?
All right.
Sure, Ms. Swords, go ahead and get the microphone. Thank you, dear.
Gretchen Swords, 115 DeLissa. That was one thing that I brought up at the meeting at the barn, asking if the traffic coming into Regal Springs could come pretty much straight off of 460. It can't come exactly straight off because there's a ravine there, but it could come in at an angle, and then would not have to go around the curve and take the little 2-lane street that we have, that we call DeLissa now, where White Oak exits. If they could bring their traffic from 460 closer to their property and not go down Delissa, it would make the residents of White Oak a little happier.
And that would be something they would bring to us with the development plan, again, not the zone change. And there's pros and cons to that. I think coming the way it is now gives a little more, but again, they'd have to come to us at the development stage of that, not the zone. But that's a great idea, I mean.
But wait a minute, though.
Go ahead.
The state is going to dictate how many entrances you have.
No, it'd only be one entrance.
I know, but you've already got one at Delissa Drive, which is right across from those apartments. And that's what states like to have, is roads across from each other.
want 'em
And then you've got Payne's Depot right down there, and then you're asking them to put another entrance.
No, what I was
Move the
saying was,
entrance, close
the
the
same
list.
entrance that we have right now,
Uh-huh,
come in there, and they can't come straight into their property because there's a ravine there. But
Right.
they're going to have a construction entrance.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
And if they could bring their traffic in closer to that construction entrance and not come down the listed line.
I see. You're saying coming into the property right there at the curb.
Yes,
Okay, I got
yes.
it.
So that White Oak traffic and, well, so that everyone wouldn't meet in that curve.
Got
Now,
you.
they'd come straight into their property.
Right. Okay.
Is anybody opposed to a dedicated left turn lane? Off at the end of Delissa?
Again, that's a development.
Yeah, it's later.
Discussion, not a
Yeah.
zoning change.
We'll keep that in mind.
Hopefully you'll still be.
And Joe brought to our attention the other day at the work session, there was a right turn lane off of Frankfurt Pike, off of 460, into Delissa Drive, and when they repaved it earlier this summer, they took that out, the state took that out.
It's an emergency lane now, but I use it as a turn lane.
Yeah,
Right.
right. But they took it out for that reason, because they said it caused more accidents, people slowing down in that lane. And so when they repaved it, they took it out.
So again, keep in mind, tonight's a zone change, so this is a vote to change the zoning. They'll still have to come back to us with the development plan. So even though this is like a concept plan and a zone change, they still have to come back to us. So again, they'll still get notification, right, Charlie?
Yes.
You'll get notification. I'm sorry? No, a public hearing is a zone change. When it comes to development plan, it'll just be on the agenda.
But
It's
it'll
still
be
kind of the
public at
same
the
concept, just look at,
It's really pretty much.
yeah, very similar, you still have comments, you can still, it's an open mic forum. It's, public hearings, just anytime it's a zone change, it has to be called a public hearing. You have to open and close it, and it's just the law.
But is there notification?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, anything else? Commission? Need a motion?
Oh, the other thing I wanted, one other thing I wanted to mention was the Payne's Landing. What is it, General John Payne? Is it, the road that comes out there now, as Joe has said many times, I think the state made promises that was going to be a 3-lane road several years ago, didn't they? Or there at least was going to be a left turn lane turning into at that intersection, and that never happened, so.
They approved it without a turn lane, without a decel lane.
It predated bypass.
What's that?
Predated bypass.
They did, yeah. But it's, there've been a lot of things that we kind of count on that the state is very slow to make them happen. And if you notice, even over on the bypass over around Kroger, they try to avoid a light at all costs. That's why they put in all these, you want to turn right, and then you make a U-turn so you can get back to the left, and that's so they don't have to put a light in. But that doesn't really work out here where we're talking about.
Any more comments, questions? If not, I need a motion to move forward, approve, deny, whatever.
Mark, I think you haven't closed the public hearing.
I guess I do need to close the public hearing before
We
we go.
usually do, but we don't always,
Let's
so.
close the public hearing, thank you.
As long as we close it at some point.
Exactly. I think we have one more, don't we? Yep, we have one more
One
public.
more.
That's what I hear.
So with that being said, we'll close the public hearing for now, and then entertain a motion.
I'll make a move that we approve the ZMA 2021-35
With 8
with the 8.
conditions, because there were the 2 extra added
Right.
that Joe added. So I have a motion by Dan Smith.
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Stone. Because again, it's a zone change, we'll do a roll call. And we'll start with David Vest.
Yes.
Dewan Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Stone.
Yes.
Dan Smith.
Yes.
Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Charlie Mifflin.
Yes.
Mary Singer.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. All right, the applicant can go ahead and sign with Mr. Perkins. And we'll move on. We've got one more to hear. Thank you all again for coming out. Appreciate it.
Nothing.
Do y'all need a break? Anybody need a?
I'm
let's get
I'm
this done.
recusing myself from this one anyway. I need a bathroom break, but I'm gonna recuse myself anyway, so.
Anybody need a bathroom break? Are y'all good?
Let's give
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's
Go, go,
take
go.
breaks while we keep going, please.
All right,
Either keep going or order pizza, one or the other.
let's try to keep it down. If you have conversations, please take them out in the hallway. Moving on, next application is ZMA 2021-36, R&L Carrier Zoning Map Amendment to change the zoning district from A1 to I1, located south of Cherry Blossom Way Spur, west of the railroad and east of I-75. And again, this is a public hearing, so we'll open it up. Probably the biggest mouth in the whole room. Perkins, can you keep it down over there?
Keep the legal team.
We're getting moving. What is it, Punch Drunk, that's us, right there.
I'm with you. At 9:35 for the record. And for the record, Mary Singer's gonna recuse herself from this. Have a good night, Miss Mary.
Thank you, you too.
All right.
And
Thank
she
you.
has a sick kid at home, so she's leaving.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks for staying.
no problem.
This application is a zoning map amendment to change the zoning for about 43.8 acres from A1 to I1. The I1 zoning district is our light industrial zoning district. It's located off of Cherry Blossom Way Spur. On the screen, there's the parcel number. I'm not going to read it. We'll have a map showing you where it is here in just a second. The surrounding properties are zoned either A1, B2, or I2, the I2 being our heavy industrial zoning district. And the concept plan shows an 80-door cross-dock facility, office, vehicle parking, maintenance garage, and stormwater management area. And as I mentioned, access to the site is off of Cherry Blossom Way Spur. So this is an aerial image of the site. You can see I-75 there showing up prominently on the left-hand side in the west. You've got Cherry Blossom Way running across the north side with the spur road coming off of it. You've got the railroad and Toyota there to the east. And so this site there outlined in blue sort of nestled in between all those features. This is the current zoning of the property. You've got some other lots that come off of that spur road. They're just to the north of the site that have a B2 commercial zoning. You've got the railroad to the east with Toyota being zoned heavy industrial and agriculturally zoned properties to the other side of the interstate. This is a snapshot from the future land use map. So once again, those areas that are north of the project site are commercial. Everything that you see in gray on there has a future land use designation of industrial. And then the property sort of to the other side of the interstate is agricultural or rural residential is the future land use designation for those properties. So kind of going through the application, the staff report, this is a view of the concept plan for the facility. You can see where the concept plan shows the driveway come off the end of the spur road. They've got some parking spaces there for more traditional sized cars. And then you come down into the site. They've got the office And the cross-dock facility there, sort of on the east side of the property. They've got the, some truck parking that's there on the northwest side of the property, and the maintenance garage there along the west side in the, sort of the middle. I'm gonna grab my water. What I didn't include in this, since this is a cropped image, is to the south, they have quite a bit of space, as you can imagine, from the shape of the property. They have planned for stormwater management. Oh my.
Matt, I'm still, and I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna ask this. I'm sure, I'm not, your maps are terrible. You need to get sometimes better maps. Because this map, I'm trying to, I see Toyota on this small map. I guess
Yes.
that's Toyota right there.
That's correct.
Is that the rail yard?
Yeah, that's the rail yard next to it.
So what is the, let's use the white building. What is the white building there? I'm trying to picture exactly where this is at.
You know where Triport Road is up by exit 129?
Yeah?
This is just on the south side of that intersection with Triport Road.
So is that 75? Okay.
That's
there,
I-75,
I got you. I know
yeah.
exactly where this is now. Thank you.
Turn it upside down.
Yeah, I had to, well, I was sitting here doing this, trying to figure out exactly
They
where this
always
was.
put
I know
north,
where this
north,
is
I
at
tell you.
now. This is across from the pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a table showing the, I'll just, that's a good call. Here's a table from the applicant's traffic study showing their peak hour trips that they're anticipated to generate. As you can see, both the AM and PM peak hours, they're anticipating generating fewer than 100 peak hour trips. At our request, they did do a traffic study, just given the nature of the way the traffic flows in the area, and some of the concerns with some of the recent development in the area, but also just the nature of the spur road and its, I guess, historic narrowness and things of that nature. So this, I guess this looks at the area along the spur road. So if you're looking at this image on the screen, you've got Triport Road there on the north. So this kind of comes down and you go around the curve toward the west. And then as it comes down to the south is where it would intersect with this property. As I mentioned in the staff report, it was recently repaved by the state. I think that there's a possible agreement between the state and the county about the county eventually taking over maintenance and ownership of the road. To my understanding, that hasn't happened as of yet, but those talks may be ongoing. These are, this table, once again, I pulled this information from the traffic study that the applicant did analyzing various intersections in the area, and I talk about that a little bit more in detail in the staff report. But these are basically the intersections where, we noticed there were turning movements or approaches to different intersections that were below a level of service of C, which is sort of our threshold that the comp plan recommends that we, maintain a certain level of service. And so if you look at this, especially the columns that say the no build versus the build level of service, you can see on almost all of those, even though they may be substandard or projected in the future to be substandard based on the year column that's associated with each. Almost all of those, except for one, the level of service will not change, even though the traffic study says that they are or will perform at a substandard level. The one intersection that is anticipated between the build and no build scenario to experience a significant, or not significant, but a change in the level of service to below what we would consider acceptable is that intersection of Cherry Blossom Way and Triport Road. And that one is expected to go from a C to a D. But when you look at the difference in the delay per vehicle and the right-hand column there, it's only a difference of 2 seconds or less than 2 seconds per vehicle. So, I found that wasn't necessarily a significant enough change. The intersection already basically is anticipated in 2023. Whether or not this is built to essentially operate at a C minus or potentially a D plus type level. And so I didn't find that that was a significant enough change in the traffic for us to, perhaps warrant, recommend against the application. So just sort of summarizing some of the findings and the conclusions from the traffic study, as we talked about several times tonight, will new development here add more trips to the transportation network? Yes. Yeah, it definitely will. They do make some recommendations as far as improvements to the roadways that can be made, particularly for the types of vehicles that this site would generate. And that is, additional pavement on some of the turning movements so that vehicles aren't, running wheels off the road or ruining the shoulders of roads in certain areas. And then a widening of the spur road to bring it up to more of a, I guess, more of an urban standard versus its current width. So beyond the concept plan, we look at KRS 100.213 as we have with several.
It says Finley property.
It does say Finley property. I'm not going to lie, I did copy this slide from a slide I used earlier. Nothing on that slide is particularly pertains especially to the Finley, or it's just copied from KRS 100.
I just wanted you to know I was paying attention.
I appreciate that. So when we look at the comprehensive plan, kind of like we have on some of the other ones, one of the things we look at are there special features on the site, that need to be protected? We do have an entire chapter on environmental protection in the comprehensive plan. It tells us to, watch out for things like floodplains and sinkholes and wetlands. And so on this site, this map kind of helps us to identify some of those features. The little dark green blob there on the west side shows up in our data as being a wetland. If the applicant is going to make any changes to that area, that's something that they'll have to account for. There's areas on the site that show up as being prime farmlands, and while in many cases we do ask that people not develop areas that are prime farmland, we understand also that with the growth that our community experiences, there are certain areas of prime farmland that we will expect to be developed. And so it's more not necessarily I guess like a goal that's put in the comp plan to try to stop all development on prime farmland, but we want to be very strategic about which areas. And so in this case, this is an area that is, surrounded by lots of other urban development. The long-term use of the property probably isn't viable agricultural for much longer if there is any agricultural use on it today. And so it is reasonable that, we allow this particular prime farmland potentially to be developed. Unless you all really want me to, I wasn't going to read all of the goals and objectives that I identify in the staff report, but I guess just as a summary, I do find that there are a number of goals and objectives that support the proposed development on this site, including the future land use map. And I do find that this application is supported by the comprehensive plan in accordance with KRS 100.213. And so I am recommending approval of the zoning map amendment with the 5 conditions that are listed there in the staff report.
Matt, do we get any better maps than this? Because this is just one step better than the stamping ground crayon drawing that I mean, it doesn't really, and then I apologize, I didn't bring my reading glasses that I don't normally need, but some of the print on here, like I see the 80-door, big docking.
Yeah.
And then I see the 5-bay maintenance garage and the 5-bay maintenance garage expansion. But, I see the parking lot, I'll assume it's being paved. A lot of assumptions there, but then there's nothing really else on here. Like I said, it's just one step maybe above the crayon drawing we got from Stamping Ground.
So this is really.
And I hate to say, maybe we need to start getting the rolls and big maps. I know in other planning and zonings I've been on, we used to get the big full-blown maps like that one.
Yeah,
It's a little better.
some of it might be the
But
just the
sometimes I
quality
struggle
of
with the
running,
maps and the
running it
quality
through
of
the
some of
copy
the stuff
machine.
we've had lately.
Yeah, I understand
So-
that. But I was just gonna say, I think some of it is this is a large site.
And I know it's only
And
zoning,
so it's hard, and it's
we're
hard
not
to
doing a
fit the
development.
detail on an 11 by 17. But it is also a concept plan,
I just
plans that
always
would come
like
later
to
will have
really
much
know
more
what we're
detail.
voting on, besides just a zone change, to kind of know what to expect in the future when they come to us with the development plan, to say, hey, this is kind of what it looks like, and there's not much here to see. And maybe I'm a little slap happy with you, Charlie, down at the end there.
I will understand it if you are.
Yeah, next time, just keep that in mind, because a lot of times we get these maps, and I mean, I look at this map and I can't read the streets' names on here.
Fair
I think even if I had my glasses, I couldn't read the street names.
Couldn't
on
read
here.
them with magnifying glass.
There you go, see, thank you, Mr. Stone, I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels that way. But sometimes the maps are either so small.
Yeah.
Or there's just not enough information, and I finally figured out where this was after we mentioned 75 and then the.
But the more important part of this is coming up later.
Right, yeah, it doesn't help that we're tired,
Yeah.
so, okay, thank you, Matt.
Yeah,
Any
no
questions
problem.
for Matt? After I picked on you, I'm sorry, Matt.
Oh, you're fine.
Any questions for Matt? We'll hear from the applicant. We do appreciate everyone who stayed late. I know that last application was long, so we do appreciate all of you staying here for 4 hours to get to this application.
Thank you, gentlemen. Stan Richards, 600 Gillum Road, Wilmington, Ohio. I'm with R&L Carriers. I'm the Director of Construction. R&L Carriers is a logistics company, LTL, which stands for less than loaded. Simply means we don't require a full truckload to come pick up your freight. Our owner is still very much kicking and telling us what to do and giving us orders. He started when he was 19 years old. A true American story. I welcome you to look it up someday if you ever get a chance. 76 years old today. Just got his CDLs renewed in case he needs to make a delivery. So he's still right at it. We've grown from a one-man, one-truck operation to over 16,000 employees, 120 service centers across the United States. We currently have a facility in Lexington, Kentucky. We've outgrown that property. We're landlocked. We can't do anything there. Very difficult to find property in the Lexington area. We had our marketing team go through and research this area, and we found that perfect. It works great for us. The location right off the interstate is just perfect. We want to be within a mile to mile and a half off the interstate, so everything works out great. I apologize for the maps and difficulty in seeing them, but I'll explain the operation. We are a cross-dock facility. Simply means that there's doors on each side. If I say it's going to be an 80-door facility, that actually means there's going to be 40 doors on each side, dock doors. These doors are 9 foot by 9 foot. The dock's set 4 foot off the ground. The freight comes in. We do not break it apart. It's on pallets. And the forklifts go into the trailers. Inside of those 80 doors, if you walk down the dock, you'll see on top of each door, New York City, Los Angeles, Miami. And I like to liken it to the Postal Service, if you will. I hope nobody works for the post office or used to. But I say with a grin that we're more efficient than that. So with that said, the mailman goes out of the morning, he's got his route, he's got his mail bag, he goes out on his route, he delivers the mail, and he's also picking up mail. Our trailers are the mail bags. The drivers are the mailman, and he goes out and picks up the freight. It's all on pallets. We don't handle it by hand. So we're, I guess, better set a distribution company. Freight comes in, and if our freight sits on a dock or in a truck for more than 12 hours, we're not making money. So we want it to go, the forklifts to go in one trailer, scan it, and go to the next trailer, and then it leaves. So we just keep the freight moving. With that said, this will be an 80-door facility. Our facilities are 100 foot wide. The docks are. The building will be a pre-engineered metal building. It's just a white metal building from the office back where the dock is. The office will be a stucco finish, ethos finish, with storefronts all the way around it. So very aesthetically pleasing. We like to do that not only for our customers, but for our employees. It's a morale booster. And we've done the research on it to find that you give them a nice, clean, good place to work, they work better, they work harder, they appreciate it. At least most of them do. So with that said, that's who we are. And like I said, this Georgetown, Scott County area fits perfect into our marketing plan. We are a great neighbor. In Memphis, right now, out of those 120 facilities, I've got 38 new facilities going up right now. Trucking has become the iconic job, if you will. Why has that happened? Not probably, the pandemic certainly contributed to it, but brick and mortar stores, as we all know, is failing. And everybody wants a package delivered.
So I know this is a zone change. Does this give you this, how many acres is it? 43, opportunity to expand if needed further down the road?
Good question, sir. So with that said, we operate out of a 30-door facility right now. We're building 80. It's going to be a long time before we expand into that 80, but our model is not to build less than 80 right now because it doesn't make sense. And to answer your question, yes, we could expand all the way up to, I think it's 200 doors here on this facility. So we're not even using half of the land. I would say about a third.
I just was thinking, seeing that you outgrew Lexington, and
Yep.
and if we approve you tonight, we would welcome you to Georgetown because we're always looking for business.
But yeah, it's a good place for us, and some people say, oh my God, there's going to be 80 doors, there's going to be 80 trucks. That's not the way it works. We'll start off with 25 to 30 trucks that'll move up from Lexington, and I would say in the next 5 to 10 years, it'll grow up to maybe 40 to 50 trucks. You say, how's that possible? Why do you have so many doors? Well, for growth, number one. Number two, there's several different types of trailers. You have 53 footers, you got 48 footers, then you have the smaller ones we call the 28-foot pups. And often you'll see them tagged to where they're doubles on the back of a trailer. So if you've got 30 pups in your yard, that's taking up 30 doors, but you're only using 15 trucks to pull them. So that's why it's like.
Didn't mean to beat you up about the maps and stuff because it is a zone change, but it's good to know what's coming. You know,
Yeah.
Because you'll be here back here in a few months to get it approved. I'm
Perfect.
sure. And again, being right off of 75, I personally couldn't think we could ask for a better place to put trucks coming on and off. You're not coming anywhere near my subdivision where I live, so I don't have to worry about getting you a truck.
Unless you want a delivery.
That was a semi-truck, I know.
They always want a delivery, but they don't want us in their backyard.
Exactly.
So I get that.
Exactly. So, any questions for the
This
applicant?
is a great infield.
I do too.
I had one question.
Yes, sir.
As it's shown right now, you would be using the existing road and come down all the way to the railroad and enter through the corner. Is there any possibility that you might be able to get an entrance? I don't know if you can get a right of way through.
It's funny you should ask that, sir.
Huh?
It's funny you should ask that. And here's why. We have learned that there is a railroad easement at the end there that's probably going to be a little difficult to get through. We are in the process. We've already got an LOI on, there's a piece of property, I think it's right next to the sleep inn.
I think so.
And it's got an access out to the road right there. So we are purchasing that property as well.
And that would avoid you having to come all the way down to the end.
Yes, sir.
Well, that'd be good news for a lady right over here, I think.
Which piece of property?
It's got a spur, I wish.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you wanna pull it up.
So if you see that blue line,
Basically that corner there, isn't it?
the spur goes right out through here next to that hotel.
New hotel?
Is it sleep in? Yep. So this is the land right here.
Okay.
And there's a spur that runs straight up.
There's an easement there.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I don't know how wide it is, but
It's 50 feet wide.
50 feet?
We did it for two
Bill?
reasons. Obviously, we want to be a good neighbor. Out of 120 facilities, 65% of them are next to residential. If you look up at our Memphis, Tennessee terminal, which is in Arlington, Tennessee, they're building brand-new $500,000 homes right next to our facility. So that says a lot for who we are and what we are.
So, well, here's what we'll do, sir. Let me bring you up in a second, because we're gonna let him speak, because it's a public hearing. And then I promise I'll let everybody in this room who wants to speak come up.
So to answer your question, sir, we're trying to mitigate going down to the road by purchasing that other property.
I think the next problem you gotta run into, I'm in that area fairly often, but the intersection at Triport, as it stands right now, when the light changes, I think they're gonna have to change that signal so that people are able to pull out from one side of, that's the opposite side of Triport Road.
Okay. I'm not familiar
With
with
those
what
trucks over there, I think they're gonna have to change that signal so that people can turn right or left from one side of Triport, or they can turn right or left from the other side of Triport. If you're trying to do both at the same time, I don't think anybody's gonna move.
The great thing about our operation, not to interrupt or anything, but the great thing about our operation, everybody thinks all the trucks leave at the same time. Well, that's not the reality. Just like all the mailmen don't come in at the same time and they don't leave at the same time. When the truck gets loaded, that's when the truck leaves. Our truck drivers come in right around 8 a.m. in the morning, and they leave somewhere between 8 a.m. and 10:30. And then they start returning. As soon as they leave at 10:30, the dock goes quiet. The lights go off, they sweep the dock off, and you can hear crickets out there until about 4 p.m. when all the trucks start returning. When they start returning, it's somewhere between 4 and 6:30 p.m. So it's sporadic, they're not piled up. Will there be sometimes 2 and 3 trucks leaving at the same time? Absolutely. But it won't be 30 at the same time.
I think if you've got any sway with the transportation cabinet, you're gonna have to get them to change that signal there at the
A lot of times,
Triport.
it's as small of a deal as just recalibration. Sometimes they
Hope
can.
so, yeah. 'Cause it's not working very well right now.
We've gone into cities and recalibrated, and it's made a huge difference on recalibration of traffic signals, so.
Any other questions for Mr. Richards? Do you have anybody else going to speak, Mr. Richards?
I've got Joe Ivanelli, our engineer.
Joe, did you want to speak?
I can certainly answer any questions.
Well, here's what I'll do if you want. I'll open it up to public hearing. I think this gentleman and there may be a couple other people who want to speak. Take notes and answer questions once after they ask all their questions, we'll bring you up and have you answer them all. How's that sound? All right. Sir, you want to come up and speak or ask your questions to us? He'll take notes and then I promise we'll have him come up and hopefully answer all of your questions.
I'm Teddy Clark, and I have the business there at 507 Cherry Blossom, which is Clark's Tire and Auto Service. I'll speak on behalf of my neighbor here in the orange shirt. Also, the entrance, the proposed entrance would be going really close to her home. The driveway, the road coming in Cherry Blossom Spur is substandard. In past years, we haven't had any maintenance whatsoever. No snow removal, nothing. The road got abandoned. No one would claim it. We've talked to Steve about it many times. And a couple of you already know that it's substandard and crowded, can be sometimes.
They did repave it this year, didn't they?
Joe, is it not a city road or a state road or anything?
It's a state road right now.
So does the city not, are they not required to clean it, maintain it?
Nobody pushed them anyhow.
I think for a while, there was some disagreement about who owned it, and I think that's why it fell into this street.
Are they mowing it now, or do you still have to mow it?
No, they're mowing it sometimes. I mean, it gets mowed. I mowed it for a long time, but, My other concern was initially the road going in and out. How soon are they gonna have the property and are they gonna use the easement initially through the property that they're purchasing? Or are they gonna be coming down the spur past my shop and around past Carlene's home?
You'd have to ask.
We'll have him answer that after you ask a question.
That's the main thing.
Any other question, or that's it?
I would say that's first on his list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Ma'am, did you want to come up and speak, please, come on? State your name and address, and for the record.
Carlene Sharp. I'm at 525 Cherry Blossom Spur. Neither gentleman failed to mention that, can we see the other picture with the little roads coming through, coming down the front? That one. No, the other one.
That's your house
Where
there.
it- Yeah, where it showed a few houses and buildings and stuff.
That's it. That was you.
There was another one. that was-
Is there one more?
That's your house right there, right in the
Yes,
curve.
that's my house. My house is probably less than 20 foot from the road.
From the entrance they were gonna initially use?
Yes, from the road. It's my front porch, my house is less than 20 foot.
Is it that picture you were looking for? Turn around. Oh, he's gonna pull it up there. That one there?
There you go.
Yes, there's my little house
Okay.
and my garage.
Which one, where is it, your house?
Right down next to the railroad.
Okay.
Probably that lower
That
right
low one,
corner.
okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's less than 20 foot.
So
from
the
road.
good thing is if they move that entrance over to that easement, which looks like it's in the middle of the map, that'll help you out a lot.
It would,
You won't see a truck probably ever.
but their property is south of my house, so during construction, it's gonna be dusty and nasty and dirty.
Well, so we'll let them answer if they're gonna use the new easement for construction, or if they're gonna use that easement near the railroad
How
track.
close is it gonna be to my property?
Right. Hopefully we'll have him answer that for you. Any other questions?
If it falls through and they don't get the easement or whatever on up the road there, and if they do get it, are they still gonna use that and come down in front of my house? Will they still have that right?
I'll have them answer that.
Okay,
All right. Any other questions?
not right now.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the audience want to speak? And then I'll have Joe come up and hopefully answer most of those questions, or Mr. Richards, either one, it doesn't matter, or both. Come on up. We don't care who comes up.
My name is Joe Avenelli with Manhart Consulting. Address is 700 Springer Drive, Lombard, Illinois. So I hope I took well enough notes here. I'm going to try and answer these questions in order. So the first concern was the proximity, the new truck drive going past Petty's Auto Business. So with the new property, we have a 50-foot connection to the public right-of-way, so the trucks would come through this gap to Cherry Blossom Spur.
Much better.
So they would not be going any further east down the frontage road. I know there were some concerns about maintenance, but I believe in recent weeks it has been confirmed that the state owns the road, so they should be taking better care of it now with that discrepancy worked out. And then the third question was if they're going to use the easement for construction traffic, and then answer is yes.
Will you use the road at all near the railroad track?
No, we have no intention. So the previous plan showed that road coming down here.
Correct.
That would be eliminated from the plan.
Okay.
It would be completely gone, and the new road would come from the west through that gap and come in this direction.
So not only for construction, but permanently?
Correct.
Perfect, that's probably what you want to hear, Mrs. Sharp.
You-
Any
So
further
do you live in Illinois?
I do.
You're a long ways from home for,
A little bit.
I went to Mount Carmel High School.
Oh, yeah?
Chicago.
How about that?
I know, small world.
Downers Grove.
I hear you. Any questions for Joe or Mr. Richards? Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions for yourself or Mrs. Sharp? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what,
Janie, you want to speak?
I'm not sure what you can do.
Yes, ma'am. Yep, they're published for next month's meeting. So if you want a copy after whenever next month's meeting is, November, you can get a copy of the minutes. If not,
I did have one question.
Of course.
How many employees do you anticipate having initially? I mean, this will come up later at a preliminary development plan, but
We'll have between 65 and 70 employees relocating. We hope all of them relocate. That's our goal and desire. We don't want to lose, because there's a good group down there that's working. But in the event that they can't relocate for whatever reason, then.
But you said you're in Lexington, right?
Yeah, I'm just
If I
on
live
about
in
the drive.
Lexington, I'm not moving, I'm just traveling to Georgetown.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're hoping. You'll get one occasionally that'll say, I'm not driving that far. But they'll go to the lake every weekend.
Are you on Nandino, or where are you located?
Exactly, sir. Yes, sir.
Nandino?
Yes, sir. I think it's exit 115.
I think so, yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments by the commission? I will entertain a motion.
I will so move that we approve ZMA-2021-36.
Got a motion by Mr. Mifflin
Second.
and a second by Dan Smith. Because it is a public hearing, we'll do the roll call again. We'll mark Mary absent, or abstained, I'm sorry. Recuse, thank you. Recuse. And we'll go into, I don't pick on anybody, so we'll start with Charlie Mifflin.
Yes.
Dan Smith.
Yes.
Steve Smith.
Yes.
David Vest.
Yes.
DeJuan Garrett.
Yes.
James Stone.
Yes.
And Sheriff Boach, yes, passed. Go ahead and sign with Mr. Perkins. And I think that is everything on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I do need to close the public hearing. Thank you. And, Joe, we have anything else before I
Yeah,
make a
just
motion?
one thing, we need the reappointments to the comp plan executive committee. If we can get those tonight.
Reappointments.
Well, I
We
think
need
we had
three-
volunteers.
Three volunteers.
We
I
did
just
have
didn't get-
volunteers the last meeting. James, did you volunteer? Somebody?
You had three, I think, but I said I would go if I was needed.
Well,
Who volunteered? Do y'all remember who volunteered?
here last
Mary did.
I remember Mary,
Mary did, I
you,
did.
Charlie
and
and Dan.
Charlie. Okay,
And Dan.
okay. I just wanted
And
to
I'll-
confirm
For the
that.
comprehensive plan, is that what you're talking about?
When
Yes.
is that meeting?
Yes. We haven't set the meeting date. We're still waiting for the
And
fiscal court.
if you need help, I'll be more than happy to join.
Me either. I'll help.
Well, wait a minute. Who are the three then?
Me, Mary, and Dan.
Well, Dan has been appointed by Sadieville, so
December of next year.
it would Dan's a Sadieville appointee. So we've got an appointee from Sadieville, which is Dan, and Rob Jones was appointed by Stamping Ground. So we need
Have you heard
three
anything
more.
from Tom Prather, Mayor Prather, about a new appointment, seeing that we have an empty seat still?
No.
Please call him tomorrow
Okay.
and tell him I was screaming at you, hollering at you. I was just totally upset at the mayor.
All right. So
So it's me and Mary.
Hey, you say.
you, Mary, and we need one more then.
I'll be the third, that's fine.
Okay.
If no one else wants it.
I got a job, sorry.
Well, and I don't, so, thanks for taking that jab. Ouch, ouch.
That's all I had.
All right, I'll make a motion and, did you ever look like you wanted to say something? No, I seen her bouncing around and I want to make sure.
She's the new reporter with the news graphic.
Well, welcome. Please don't make
Awesome.
me look bad. Or any of us, I should say.
I'll try not to at
All right.
for the first time.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.